Good morning, everybody. It's been a while. It's been a while. Welcome back to the stream. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? How is everybody doing? Thank you so much for the early subs, by the way. Before we even started, X Crazy with the 5. Cataman Taloidus, thank you for the Prime. Raw, I'm a Dinosaur, thank you for the 3 gifties. And everyone else, thank you so much for the returning subscriptions. Appreciate every single one of you. We've dropped under 1,000 over the last couple days, but we haven't been streaming, so that's fair enough. Jonas, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. All right, we have returned from the European Championship. It was a great event, not for me personally, but it's been fun anyways. Blade Mercury, thank you for the Prime. Welcome back. And Infinite 39, welcome back to 9 months. Appreciate that. All right. I'm still a little bit tired from the weekend. I thought about taking today off, but I figured I haven't streamed in too long, so I figured I'd still do it. I think it's still gonna be chill. I think there's nothing wrong with a little bit of a chill Euros recap, talk about everything that happened, maybe some NAWCQ preparation as well. I think it's gonna be fun. The streaming schedule this week is gonna be a little bit different because I want to stream some of the NAWCQ. I want to watch some of the NAWCQ. So what I decided is we're going to be live tomorrow, and we're going to be live like today and tomorrow normally, as always, which is Tuesday and Wednesday. And then I think I'm going to take Thursday off, because if I'm streaming on the weekend, I've been gone last weekend. I can't, like, I need at least 1 or 2 days off this week. So we're going to not stream on Thursday, but we're probably going to be here on the Friday, because I'm hopeful that they will stream the Worlds qualifiers. If that's not the case, then obviously we can't stream on Friday. There's no point if they are not doing the if they are doing the qualifiers on Friday, then I will be live to watch them. Maybe they won't, like they did in Europe. We don't know, actually, or I don't know. But if they are streaming it, I will be here watching it. Either way, we are 100% gonna watch on Sunday together. The day 2 of NAWCQ, we're definitely gonna watch together. I like the system at EU where they streamed the qualifiers between the rounds. I don't know exactly what their reasoning was for that. Because like they had everything set up, right? They had everything set up on the Friday to like record the matches. They had the commentators there. I don't know exactly what their reasoning was for not streaming it on Friday, because they could have streamed it on the Friday and then still used it as like highlights between the rounds on Saturday and Sunday. It would have still worked out. I don't know. I think it was kind of a missed opportunity. I hated it because we already knew who won. That is another thing, right? They had been like on Twitter and such, they have been tweeting about like who qualified and whatnot, right? Yeah, I don't know. Solatia, thank you for the 7 months. H Dragon Kaiser, thank you for the 2 months. And Ozaru, thank you for the 3. Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate that. We really need to work on recovering the subscriptions that were lost during the week that I was gone, pretty much, but it's fine. They need to keep this highlight thing between rounds. No, that I think is a good idea. I think one of the core issues of like YCS live streams is that there's a lot of downtime. And so I thought that was a good idea to I thought it was a good idea to stream the qualifier matches from Friday between the rounds. I think that was at least somewhat exciting for people that haven't seen it yet. So it's a good idea, but I still would have I still think they would have had some insane They would have had some insane viewer numbers on the Friday as well, I think. Is Dinka a candidate to win Worlds this year? We're gonna talk about the Worlds candidates, but yeah, for sure. I think Team Europe is looking pretty strong this year. I'm pretty happy with the people that made it this year overall. I think it's a lot of strong players. So we're looking good. All right. Who's on Team Euro? We'll talk about all that today. We'll talk about all that. Let's yeah. Stratos, thank you for the 4 months. How was the event? We'll talk about that too today. Let's get it. Let's do it a little bit more structured. Let's do the warm up. I'm kind of itching to guess some cards after not having done it for a week. We'll talk about my event on my event on the Friday and everything. It's also gonna be I did not record a deck profile this year for Euros. Maybe I should have, but we're gonna do it on stream today. We're gonna do it on stream today because I didn't do that well. We're still gonna talk about what I played, why I played it, and everything. But I didn't feel like it was worth doing a deck profile. We might just we'll just recap because I played different decks in the playoffs and the main event. We can just recap both of those together, and then we can just combine it into one video, I think. So that's gonna work out. But yeah. Hamoud, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate that. NKLLA, thank you for the 8 months. And DJW, thank you for the 6. Appreciate you guys. Edison deck profile too. I just played some quick draw. I didn't enter. I only entered one side event on Sunday, which was only one of those on-demand 8-man thingies. I lost in top 4, but it was just quick draw. Hiba Nayori, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate that, and thank you. All right. Let's get some cards. I don't know if HZKO is here yet, but oh yeah, there he is. Okay. Huh? White. It's MBT. What is that? Isn't that called like Eternal Light? No, what is that called? True Light. True Light. This is something. Is it? No, it's not Tribute Doll. It's Bait Doll. Yeah. This is Mass Chopper, and I knew that before I clicked Zoom. This is... I don't know what this is. Overlay Booster. This is giving me Spellbook vibes. I think this is Wisdom. It is Wisdom. Celery cards, I think of it as 7 months. Appreciate the prime. Combo Fighter. Please be Combo Fighter. It could be Combo Master. No, it's Combo Fighter. This is Trap Tricks, but I don't know which one that is. Some of you I know some of you are going to know that. Okay. Is this a Time Thief? S-Force. S-Force and Time Thief look kind of familiar. Do they have anything in common? Like, do they belong together lore-wise? Because they look very similar. They do? Okay. I didn't know that. What is that? Oh, wait. This is... No, it's not. Umbral Soul? Umbral Soul. Okay. When in doubt, just type what HDK was playing. This is saying Magician's Robe. Yeah. I think that's this one. Yeah. Is that King of the Skull Servants? No. Oh, it's a spell. Pride of the Weak. Well, that is Shogi Rook. Cyber Dragon Core. Easy. What is that? Is that a code talker? Oh, it is inverted. What? But which one? It looks like a bird. Is it Watt Kiwi? It is. It's not. Is that Xing Zhen Hu replica? It is. This is urgent schedule, I think. Yeah. Oh, we're doing good so far. Maybe all we needed is a week off of Card Guesser. And now I jinxed it probably, but this is giving me crawler vibes, like World Legacy. Yeah. What's that? Oh, what's it called? Gigantus. Ancient Telescope. Edo. All right. Oh, that is like aqua actress stuff. I don't know that one. I don't know the name of it. Aquarium set. That is Read the Brave Wanderer. Also a very cool card. This is the Harpy armor. What is it called? Harpy. Oh, it's called Cyber Shield. Is it? What's Spike Shield? No. Cyber Shield. No, not Cyber Shark. Oh my god, I'm choking. Yeah. I'm throwing. What is that? I've never seen that one. Yangzing Brutality? I don't know what that is. Is that Dark Honest? Nightwing Sorcerer. Okay, I don't know what that is. There's like a lot of these. Symphonic. Synthis? Yeah. Blue Dragon Summoner? Yeah. Nas, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. The Rika gang did go crazy. We will also talk about that. Please bear in mind. Thank you for the 9 months. This is Karakuri. But it's a spell trap. Yeah. Oh, Necrosynchron. The goo from like that's like a year ago at this point, dude. It feels like yesterday when that was the goo. That is Mega Thessalos. Oh no, it's Erupt. Yeah, right. I feel like I've seen this recently. Trolley Ollie. That's a funny. Okay, no, I don't remember that. Something seal of the forbidden. No, it's like something seal because it's this guy, but talisman of trap sealing or spell sealing. One of those two, yeah. This is like something of the past or from the past, not of the past. From the past. Yeah. All right, we've already shattered Gage's PB, and we still have 6 minutes left. Is that Eater of Millions? Yeah. Swallow Flip. I didn't need that zoom. This one does not look familiar at all. It's probably like an amazement thingy. Yeah. Darklawn. Never seen that. Is that a Nordic regalia? Oh, it is. Ojama Delta Hurricane! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Neo support. That's always tough because I don't. It's not the OG Neos. Brave Neos. Okay. Oh, Infernity Dwarf. Nils, thank you for the 2 months. You're welcome. Oh my god, it's Gozen match. Swarm of Scarabs. That looks very infernoidy. Oh, it's not. Okay. Is that appropriate? It is. Magic Drain. Black Metal Dragon. Yep. What is that? What the hell is that? Sounds like a Mathmech hater's worst nightmare. Gara Lore, thank you for the 8 months. This is not Deflector. Is it Virus Cannon or something? Yeah. Ascending Soul. Where is it? How is there so many Ascend cards? Okay. This is a volcanic, but a bad one. It's this one. Oh, Creep, Tim, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Laval vibes. Maybe not. Oh no, what? Okay, this is Metaphys. Might be Daedalus. No. Levia. No. Oh, Light Ray. That's what I was thinking. I didn't mean Metaphys. I meant Light Ray. Ah, my bad. wasted some time and points. Skull Redbird. Karma Cut. Clear World. Clear Vice. That one. Scrap Mind Reader. This looks like okay. That I was not gonna say it looks like an insector. That's not what I was saying. We had this recently. What is that? I refuse to skip it this time. What was it? Weapon change. Merc. Wait. Merc. Okay. This could be Laval Dragon. Oh, it is. Okay. I was surprised by that a little bit. I wasn't sure. Ah, I've seen this, but I don't know what it's called. Damage diet. This is Resonator something. Is it Resonator Call? No. Mind Trust. Okay, I lied. Oh, Shadow Beast! 2 seconds. Ah. Hey, 9:15. We haven't been this good in a while. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. We are indeed back. We are indeed back. Do you think I actually perform worse at these when there's like a big event coming up, so my mind is like in a different place? That might be. I might not realize it, but that might just be how it is sometimes. That might sometimes be how it works. Surely. All right. Let's guess the card of the day then, and then get into the recap. Bro, it's too easy if you use Rongo. It's literally too easy. All right. Lucky Tiger, thank you for the prime. This one is really rough. Is it? Level 4 Warrior 18. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of warriors here. Oh, it's not Unuk. It's 2014. Earth, fire, water. Most likely Earth? Urnite? I'm pretty sure Urnite is 2000 attack. Also, it's not a warrior even. Wind up soldier. I think that could be it. Wind up soldier. No, that's way older, I think. Yeah, it's way older. Level 4. It's most likely Earth, right? Some of the Armageddon Knights, do they have 1800 attack like Shore Knight? Shore Knight is also 1400. They are all the same stats, I'm pretty sure. Getsu Fuma? Getsu Fuma is way older than that. Gearfried Retain? Not from 2014. Imagine not knowing every 2014 card, the best year of Yu-Gi-Oh. That's a crazy opinion you have right there. Heroic. Oh, there's a heroic challenger with 1800 attack. That thing could be 2014. But maybe not. Oh, it's 2015. I was thinking of this one. Let's see if it's Earth. It's Earth. Okay, it's Earth. Bull Blader is 1600 attack. Blade Bouncer. Nope, that's 2012. Absolute Crusader. That's 2011. Goblinberg is 24 is 1400 attack. Merly. Merly's my favorite guest so far. It's one of the empowereds. Empowered. I've seen this one before. Well done. Well done. I don't think I get this one, to be fair. This one is rough. This one is rough. I mean, the Rongo first thingy was really good, really close to it already, and we still took a long road to get there, but that's, there's a lot of warriors. Duncan card? Is it? Is that a Duncan certified card? Alright. Warm up out of the way. We are now warmed up. I am now warmed up. Let us talk about what we're going to do today. And main topic, of course. Main topic is, of course, going to be the European Championship. We're going to talk about the results. We're going to talk about what happened. We're going to talk about the people that are going to Worlds this year, which, spoilers, I'm pretty happy with. The people that are qualified for Worlds this year. I think Team Europe is looking very strong this year. But also my personal experience at the European Championship, of course, because I was there. I played not only the main event, but I also played the World Championship qualifiers on the Friday. Obviously didn't make it through. Did not make it through, but it's all good because I am already qualified for the Master Duel World Championship, so it was a very first world problem to begin with. The fact that I was still, like, you know, try-harding for Euros. It's like, out of all the years, out of the way I see it, out of all the years where I could have bombed Euros and not do, like, I could have just, like, screwed up Euros and not done well, this was probably the best one, right? This was probably the best one to scrub Euros because, because I am, I can fall back on the Master Duel qualification. Is the Master Duel World Championship in Japan as well? It is. They are at the same date. It's the same day, same location, everything. So even if, that's what I mean, right? Even if I qualified through the playoffs or whatever, I would have not been able to play in both, right? I would have had to give up one or the other. So it's fine. Of course, I still cared. I still cared about the European Championship because it is the European Championship, right? I still really wanted to win it. Obviously didn't go too well this year, but it's fine. Yeah. So I guess we can start with my own experience first before talking about the in general results. So like I said, my experience was the following. I played the qualifiers for Worlds on Friday, which was, it was very cool that I qualified for it, but it was also very stressful on top of, you know, having to prepare for the regular European Championship to also prepare for that. Because I had a very hard time. I had a very hard time, like, on my mind of just being like, hey, you're already qualified for Master Duel, so just, like, this thing isn't that important, so, like, you don't have to stress about it. I still stressed about it. I still stressed about it because I can't help myself when I'm thrown into a tournament of that caliber, right? With, like, players of that caliber, I just can't help but try to do as well as I can. I'm just too competitive of a nature to just be like, yeah, it's not that important. I'm not gonna care about it. So I personally still really wanted to, you know, prove my worth, kind of, to try and see if I could qualify in that one as well, theoretically. But yeah, so I played the qualifiers on Friday, and I brought a different deck to the qualifier on Friday than I brought to the main event, which we'll talk about both of these decks. We will talk about both of the decks today. What I played in the qualifiers was actually significantly more spicy than what I played in the main event as well. Partially because I was like, I was still trying to take it seriously, but I had an idea. I played I basically for the qualifiers, I played a version of Furhire Runic Sprite that is very different from the standard version. Which I had that idea, like, I don't know, Wednesday or something, relatively close to the actual event, is when I had the idea to make some significant changes to Furhire Runic Sprite. The reason why I played it in the playoffs and then not in the main event was because I partially wanted to see how well it would perform in the playoffs. And then I went 3-2, which was like, it wasn't bad. I'm actually happy with the 3-2 in the playoffs. I think it's actually quite fine, because like the competition in the playoffs was insane, and the people I lost to were just like people that is absolutely okay to lose to. And I don't even think it was because of the version of the deck. So maybe I should have just pulled through and played the same deck in the main event. Maybe it would have gone a little bit better. Anyways, I'll just show you what I played for the playoffs real quick and explain to you, because it's gonna look very weird at first. In the playoffs, I played this. This way is better. I think this version of the deck is very interesting, and we'll talk about why there's a lot of these cards in here and why there's a lot of stuff missing. Because what you'll notice is that Fossil Dick is gone, and Beat, Rafale, and Rookie are also gone. So if you compare this to like the standard Furhire deck, it works completely differently. The idea was basically, I was a big fan of Furhire. I was a big fan of Furhires, but I didn't like a few things. Like, I didn't like how you needed to draw Rex. That was one thing I didn't like. Bawa Mega, thank you for the 6 months. You're welcome. I was not a fan of how you needed to draw Rex in the other deck. I was also not a fan of in the standard Furhire deck. In the standard Furhire deck, you don't really like Starter and Jet as much, because the lock actually really affects you. Because if you have to lock yourself early in the combo, because like, let's say you don't draw Rex, you have to Gigantic for it, you can't use Beat, Rookie, Rafale, all your stuff. The same is true for if you have to use Starter early. If you happen to draw Starter or Jet and you are forced to use it early, you are locked out of the most powerful plays in the other deck. So what I did for this version, basically, is I adjusted the plan a little bit. To a point where you don't actually need to draw Rex. Because what this deck does is, on your first turn, you either, if you draw Rex, you Gigantic for Hyperia, just for the free +1. And if you don't draw Rex, let's say you draw Hyperia instead, you normal summon Hyperia, and then you Gigantic to summon Rex. And what you do is, you search Mayhem, you make IP Masquerena, plus whatever you can, right? Very often, because you play a very high sprite count, you can set up Red and Carrot, or you can set up Djinn Buster. So what you end on is basically IP, Red, Carrot, Djinn Buster, something like that. And you make the fall go. You just make the fall go on the opponent's turn. Summon Dawnpaw from the deck. And then you Mayhem back the Rex. Pop a card with Dawnpaw. Draw 3 cards. Search a follow-up Mayhem. So you basically have, like, if you pulled through that combo, you just win the game. Because, like, you draw 7 cards or some shit. So, I feel like this version was good, because you could basically play the full sprite package. you are actually happy about drawing Jet or Starter, which is phenomenal. Isn't it way worse going second? I don't think that's true at all. Going second, it's really hard to resolve beat Rafale Rookie. I think this version is better going second than the other one because it has full gas, basically. This deck has no bricks, basically. This deck is all gas, no bricks. Second Folgo in this version doesn't seem necessary. The second Folgo is a flex spot. The reason I played it is because if you get even lead or unicorned, you can lose because of it. The Fur Hires feel like bricks going second. I mean, Rex is still just a normal summon that goes +1 into a card that's an extender. Donpa is okay going second because you just summon Donpa. If you have Rex, it's really good. If you don't have Rex, you just make like Donner next to it. You still pop a card. Like Donpa is fine going second. Mayhem is like the worst card in the deck to draw going second. That's the only one. But that one is fine as long as you draw Rex, Donpa, or you can resolve Gigantic. Overall, I think this deck was fine for playoffs. Maybe I should have played it in the main event. I liked it because it was very consistent, basically. Like, you compare this to the other version, you can play so many more sprite cards, right? You play... It's not just 2 extra sprites, right? It's not just 2 extra sprites. Because the difference is not only that you play more, it's also that you can use them more freely. You can use them a lot more freely because you don't have to care about locking yourself early, right? Is this better into draw? This is better into draw because it can use Starter in the draw phase to summon red. I did that a lot of times. I did that a lot where if you draw Starter, you can just Starter for red and then play in main phase. Or you can Starter for blue to search red. That is something that happened a fair amount with 2 starters, where you don't have to care about locking yourself. How was Azalea? Azalea was good. I made it a couple times. This version of the deck, I think, has potential, but I had the idea a little bit too late, I think. I had the idea a little bit too late. The version might need some more practice. The version might need some more adjusting. But the idea is basically to boil it down. The idea was basically that this deck plays very similarly to the deck I won YCS Utrecht with. Because you basically play full power runic sprite, like max out on the sprite package, max out on the runic package. So it's like very consistent. And the Fur Hires just solve the problem that you have with follow-up now. Because the only thing that we're really missing from the Utrecht deck is Elf, which is only really responsible for follow-up, right? And for some amount of disruption maybe on the opponent's turn. And so the Fur Hires do that, right? If you have the Fur Hires in the deck, you get a disruption on the opponent's turn from IP into Folgo. Plus, you have insane follow-up because you don't need Elf for follow-up in this version. Your follow-up here is insane. Because as soon as you have Folgo, Rex, and Donpa in rotation, you can draw 3 cards pretty much on the next turn again, right? Because if you have, let's say, even if your opponent clears your entire board, as long as the stuff ends up in the graveyard, you can just go Donner, bring back Donpa and Folgo, use Donpa to destroy a card. Folgo will trigger, you chain Rex in the graveyard, banish it, revive Donner, and you draw 3 cards. That's basically your follow-up in this version. So even if your entire board gets broken, you can pop a card, draw 3 on the next turn again. So it feels a lot like... this version felt a lot like my deck from Utrecht. Which is maybe why I liked it. So that's what I played in the playoffs, and maybe I should have pulled through for the main event. Because I think, to be clear, the games I lost in the playoffs, I think I would have lost with any runic version. I'm pretty sure. Because I lost round 1, I beat Kashtira. Round 2, I lost to Branded, which Branded is a hard matchup for any runic version. It's very, very tough to play against Branded. So with the hands that they had in round number 2, I don't think it would have made a difference really for me which version of Runic I would have played. I think I would lose to the branded player anyways. No, I lost to Ryan Jabri. I didn't lose to Sofian. I lost to Ryan Jabri round 2. Round 3 I beat yugioh Labyrinth, which Runic just destroys Labyrinth. That's just not that much of a surprise. And then in round 4 I lost to Nico Schlierkamp, who was playing Life Twin Runic Sprite. And the thing is that I lost the dice roll, and going second in Runic Mirrors is just really, really hard. Also, once again, no, doesn't really matter which Runic version you're playing. The matchup is really hard if you go second. So, and then round 5, I beat Kashtira again. Round 5, I beat Kashtira again. So, in the playoffs, I feel like the deck performed as well as it could have. I think any other Runic version would have done pretty much the same thing. I would have still lost to Branded, and I would have probably still lost to Nico because I lost the dice roll, and he played it well, and he drew well in the games. But, yeah, just to cover a little bit of the thought process behind this deck, I thought it was an interesting idea. I also gave it to one of my, one of the people I had coaching with. I gave them this list, and they played something very similar for Oceanics, and they topped Oceanics as well, so at least some proof of concept there. Yeah, and then the thing is, I focused so much on the playoffs, right? I focused so much on the playoffs that it was like the playoffs were done by Friday 5 p.m. or something. It was Friday 5 p.m. that we finished the Swiss rounds of the playoffs. And then I realized, dude, I only have 2 more hours to submit my deck for the main event. And at that point, I hadn't actually made my mind up about what I wanted to play at the main event. I had not made my mind up on what I wanted to play. So I was kind of sitting there. I was tired from also... I was tired from preparing for playoffs and playing playoffs, right? Because I played really focused and everything. And then I suddenly only had 2 hours to submit a deck for the main event. So I sat down with the other people, and I was kind of thrown back to square one, because the deck, while I was okay with how I did in the playoffs, right, 3-2, it was okay. I wasn't mad or anything. I wasn't sad about my performance. It was a decent performance. I was completely okay with it. But the deck also didn't like overperform, right? It's not like, it wasn't like I was super happy and I was super certain that I found something great here. So I was kind of back to square one, where I was like, what am I going to play for the main event now? Am I going to go back to standard for hire Runic Sprite, or am I just going to play Life Twin maybe? Because I talked to some other people like Ben, Nico, who were also in the playoffs, and they all decided to go with Life Twin for the main event. Because they were like, hey, we have 2 buys. All we have to do is like go like 7-2 over the 9 Swiss rounds. I just want to play a consistent deck that does that. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. So in the end, I decided to not follow through on this version, which maybe was a mistake. I decided to not follow through on this version. I decided to play this for the main event, which was basically an updated version of Life Twin Runic Sprite. And I will say, I was very happy with the list. I was very happy with the list that I used for the main event. I'm not happy that I picked Life Twins, looking back. Looking back, I'm not so happy that I picked Life Twins. Because I am convinced that there's a couple games in there that I probably win if it is for hire. I think I should have kept playing for hire, either the one from the playoff or the standard version, but it's fine. As far as this list goes, I think for Life Twin Runic Sprite, I think the main deck is pretty much optimal. So what I did was I decided to split the non-engine into 2 thrust, 1 talent, 2 evenly, which I think was the best way to do it in this current format. I like talents too much to not play it at all. I like the fact that with 2 thrust, you get to play basically still 3 copies of talents. Evenly, in my opinion, was the best non-engine card against Kashtira in general, and then it also gives you, I think, the best chances in the mirror match, like against runic decks in general. I think Evenly is the best way to win the runic mirror when you go second. I think it's the best and probably also the only way to consistently have a chance in the mirror going second, because you can force it through relatively easily by just like using a runic on carrot in the battle phase and then evenly them. The reason I played the secret password is because I played thrust. I wanted one target for thrust that can get me to engine, because what if I have evenly already but I don't have a life twin, then thrust can get me the password. I think that was a okay decision. I never thrusted for password the entire event, but I still think the option was okay. It was risky because of Droll. It was risky because of Droll, but yeah, I felt like it was worth the risk for the thrusts. What do you search it with thrust when you're hand trapped going first? It's funny because what you can actually do if you get hand trapped going first is you can mannequin cat the hand trap and then you can still thrust to search talents. That's why I felt like you didn't need. That's why I felt like you didn't need a trap card for thrust. There's two things you can do with thrust going first. You either discard it for Hugin, if you can't use it anyways, or you just give them their hand trap with Mannequin Cat, and then you can just thrust for talents. So it's fine. The main deck I felt like was perfect. I was a big fan of 17 runic spells. It felt very consistent in terms of the runic spells. I still lost games because I didn't draw enough runics, but it's just how it is sometimes. And then we have 5 non-engine, but I really like that with thrust, you still get to play basically 4 evenlies and 3 talents. In terms of if you need one of the other, you can decide. I like that. The side deck I was really happy with, except for Reaper. Reaper I didn't really perform. The reasoning behind Reaper was the following. The Reaper was Nico's idea, and I think it was actually okay to play it, but it just didn't perform for me. The idea was you can side it in the mirror match, and you just take away one of the twins, and it completely ruins their grind game. So if you have like a board breaker, if you can clear their board, if you take away one of the twins, they basically can't play the game anymore, which is fair. Or you can sometimes take away Hugin. Like, let's say they start with the twins. Let's say they start with Lila, summon another twin, activate a runic. You can activate cherries. If they chain another runic because they're afraid of losing Hugin, you just take the pink evil twin. Or if they don't chain another runic, you can just take the Hugin and then they never get to Fountain. Right? So you can decide either or. So that was the idea. Reaper was okay. And the second thing is you can side it against sprites and then you don't get Iblied, right? Because you just take Gigantic and they can't get to Ibli. So you might be able to outgrind them, but the reality was in day 1 I did not play against a single sprite, except I played against Life Twin Runic Sprite. I played against that, but I didn't play against pure sprite at all. What I did draw Reaper against the Life Twin mirror, and I Reapered the pink twin. The problem was I still lost to Fountain, Red Carrot, and whatnot. But everything else was fine because this side deck, because of Thrust, one thing I really liked about Thrust is that you had a very large, like, the format is really diverse, but Thrust, Talents, Evenly, Duster, Darkhole pretty much covers everything anyways. Right? It was like, I felt really comfortable in every matchup. Like, you don't need to side much more against Kashtira with this version. You don't need to side much against most decks. The only deck that you don't have as much in the side against is Branded. That's the only deck where the side deck isn't enough. Every other matchup is the side deck is perfect for. Darkhole was here as a thrust target, and because of Ibli, I was scared of Ibli. Did you play against D-Link? And if so, how did that go? I played against 2 D-Links. Yeah, I beat both of the Dragon Links I played against. Dragon Link's not that bad of a matchup for this deck. It's pretty good, I think. Mistaken Arrest was completely insane, by the way. The idea of this card is that after siding, when you go first, when you know you go first, there's a couple of things you can lose to, but not that many. There's not many things that you lose to when this deck goes first, but one of them can be Dark Ruler, Evenly, Shifter, these types of cards. And whenever you get hit with those cards, you can just Mistaken Arrest them, and it's just completely insane. A Mistaken Arrest pretty much completely kills Kashtira. It completely kills the mirror match, because no blue, no jet, no Hugin, no tip. It's completely busted. Yeah. Nets made a misplay that cost him versus you. That is true. Nets, I played against Nets in round 6, and he was on Dragon Link, and he would have won game 3, but he summoned this pattern in the wrong zone, and then it couldn't activate because of Griffin. Like I made Griffin going first, and he comboed through my board, but then he summoned this pattern in the wrong zone, so it wasn't linked, and then he couldn't activate it, and then he lost because of it. But he would have won. Yeah, he would have won if he summoned it in the right one. Yeah. So there's not that much I can say about this version, honestly. I was really happy with the thrust talents evenly split. That felt ideal. That really felt ideal. The side deck, besides cherries, also felt perfect. Yeah. So the way it went is I lost. I was 6-0. I was really happy with everything. I was feeling good. And then in round 7, I played against Kashtira, the Italian national champion this year, who was also in the playoffs. They were on Kashtira. I went second game 1. I evenly them and I win after. It's like if you evenly Kashtira with this deck, it's relatively easy to win. So I win game 1 after evenly. I lose game 2. I had evenly again in game 2. And it was really frustrating because they went first. They did the full combo, including Prosperity, and they Prosperitied into set rotation. And then they activated set rotation, and they gave themselves Secret Village, and they made Big Eye, which was kind of crazy. The problem, though, was that normally evenly matched beats Secret Village, right? I would have beaten the Secret Village with evenly matched. But because it was set rotation, because it was specifically set rotation, I couldn't evenly, right? So that was kind of frustrating. And the more frustrating thing is they didn't even end on a Rysard. They didn't even make a Rysard. So if I just have, like, I don't know, a twin plus a sprite, I can still play because they literally just they made Big Eye Shangri-Era Secret Village pass. So if I have like a twin and a sprite, I can just play. I can just remove Big Eye. It's not even that hard, honestly. But I only had 1 monster, 4 spells, and evenly. So because of the set rotation specifically, I got destroyed. And then game 3 I went first. I started playing. They shifted me, so I ended on Mannequin Cat, Gigantic, Red, and Carrot, which was not bad. It was pretty good. And I also had Destruction and Flashing Fire, and they still had the shifter. So I was feeling okay about it. But turns out they played, and I saw this for the first time in that game. They played a very different Kashtira deck because they played the Scareclaw cards. They played the Scareclaw Field Spell and Scareclaw Reich card and whatnot, and like the Reich Phobia thingy, so they had a lot more options on their shifter. And they were able to normal summon Rysard, go into Donner. I had to pop Donner with Flashing Fire, and then they had Special Unicorn and all that stuff. And I think that was one game where I made a misplay. I misplayed against Lorenzo. I think I could have won it because they activated the what's it called? The Scareclaw Field Spell. And I had Destruction, but I didn't want to Destruction it because I didn't want to. I wanted to keep destruction for birth. I wanted to keep destruction for birth because I was afraid that birth was going to make them able to play. So I didn't use destruction on the field spell, but I forgot that the field spell has the effect because it was Italian. I didn't read it, and the field spell has an effect that it can pop a card if there's 3 monsters in defense position. And because I summoned all my like Mannequin Cat, Gigantic, because I summoned everything in defense, they could pop a card, and I didn't know that. I forgot that it had that, which is completely on me. It's completely my mistake. So I should have destructioned it. And I lost. I think I lost because of it. Because then he went Reich Phobia effect to destroy, target destruction. I'm like, okay, well, fuck, now it's gone, right? So it was pretty bad. And so I think I lost round 7 because of a misplay. So that was completely on me. But at this point I was still 6-1. And then round 7 and round 9, 100%, I don't think I could have done anything differently. Like round 8, I play against Branded. I win the dice roll. Game 1, I go first. I full combo, but I have like 0 runics in hand. Because I fountain draw into like I think I opened 2 life twins. Fountain draws me 2 more life twins. And then on their turn, I use Frost to draw a card, and I draw another Fountain. So I had like 5 cards in hand, 0 runics. Except Fountain. And on top of all that, I got Dark Rulered. Their hand was like Dark Ruler, Fusion Deployment, Branded Fusion. That's already enough, right? No, and I had, like I said, I had no backup runics at all. 0. So that was game 1. And then game 2, I went first again. This time, I think my hand was a little bit better, but unfortunately, I didn't draw Ash or Mistaken Arrest, which was going to be really good, but I didn't. I just made my normal board. This time, I had a couple runics, though, but this time they went Super Poly on IP plus the Evil Twin. They made a Mud Dragon, so I couldn't target their shit, which turned off pretty much all my runics. And like their hand was like Super Poly. They discarded Retribution. They had, I think, Fusion Deployment again. Aluber. I couldn't play, basically. It was just a stomp. In round 8, I just got completely stomped. And then in round 9, I played against Kashtira again. I think I won game 1. I lost game 2, and then game 3. They made me go first, which meant I didn't have Arrest in my deck, so I couldn't open it. I opened it evenly, but I just discarded it for Hugin. That was okay. But I got shifted again, and they just played through my board, pretty much. It wasn't. I don't remember exactly what happened in game 3 there, but I got shifted again. It didn't set up much and just lost. So it was round 8 and 9 were not winnable, I think. That was against Dorian. Yeah, that was against Dorian, which, to be fair, it was okay to lose to Dorian because I've played against Dorian. Somehow Dorian is the player I've played against the most in this entire season in tournaments. I've played against him 4 times. I played against him at YCS Utrecht in top 16. I played against him at YCS Dortmund in Swiss at some point. I played against him in the playoffs on Friday. And now I played him in the main event for the 4th time. And I won all 3 beforehand, so I think it's only fair that he won this one. It's okay. I won the first 3 matches, and now he won 1 as well, so it's all right. So yeah. I think the list was fine. I think if you are gonna play Life Twin Runic Sprite, I would highly recommend this version. I was a very big fan of it. The thrust talents evenly split was great. I think the side deck was great, except for the cherries. I think you can replace the cherries. Maybe if you want to respect Branded more, you can side Grave of the Super Ancient Organism instead. Fair enough. I think that's going back. That's what I probably should have done. Maybe I should have respected Branded a little bit more. Although I will say Branded was not that represented. Like I think it's okay to ignore Branded in your main deck. I don't think you have to respect Branded right now, but then yeah. No, I like the list, but it was just an unfortunate weekend. Did you also play the Edison event? I was not able to play the big Edison event because unfortunately that one started on Saturday already. Right? Yeah. So it started on Saturday already. Do you think your year as a content creator reduced or stopped you doing better at events than before? Absolutely not. No. The last year was I'm very happy with how I did this past year. I mean, since I started content creation, I've played German Nationals last year was my first event after I started streaming. I didn't top German Nationals, but then after German Nationals, I got top 8 at Euros. I won YCS Utrecht. I got third at YCS Dortmund. I top 16'd YCS Lyon. I top 32'd YCS London. And I top 16 German Nationals. And now Euros. So I've topped everything except for German Nationals last year and Euros this year. So I'm happy with it. And I think it's if anything, it's been beneficial to me, I think, that I'm streaming because it just allows me. Of course, I can't do like how we've always been doing it before events is like I've been talking about the format a lot. I've been sharing a lot of my thoughts with you guys. But the final preparation, what I end up playing, the exact build and whatnot, I can't test that on stream. I'm not showing that on stream because that would put me at a disadvantage. But in general, it's just the fact that I can use like 5 hours every day at least to stay in contact with the metagame, to stay in contact with Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Is very, very valuable, right? It's very, very valuable to just have time to think about the game, right? To stay in contact with what everyone else is playing, what is winning which events, like recapping all of it. Yeah. I thought of it more like you revealing more information to the public about your thought process and the way you approach problems and giving others maybe the inside thoughts of that as well. Okay, maybe you could argue that maybe some other people, I'm helping some other people get better at the game, maybe. I hope so. I hope that's what I'm doing. So you could argue maybe, okay, other people getting better at the game means that I have harder opponents, but I don't think that outweighs the benefits at all. I don't think that will ever outweigh the benefits that I have by being in contact with the game constantly, right? And I also, on another note, it's just like I'm also just very happy about the fact that I was able to make this my job. I enjoy it a lot. So even if hypothetically you were right, you know, even if I'm making people better and the competition is harder because of it, I would still take that trade-off happily for being able to do this for a living, you know what I mean? Hyper Artonus, thank you for the 7 months, appreciate that. My personal takeaway from this Euros is that I think I could have played a better deck for the main event. I don't think I should have played Life Twin. I think I lost a lot of the games that I lost because the deck was a little bit too fair compared to Furhires. My takeaway is I should have just pulled through with Furhire, but it's fine. Personally, I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling okay about it because, like I said earlier, this year was the year that technically the European Championship didn't matter as much to me. It still practically mattered a lot, and I felt really bad about not being able to make it into top 64 and trying to win it and everything. I felt bad about it. But then, of course, this year I have the fallback on the Master Duel World Championships, which I thought about it more. Initially, when I qualified for Master Duel Worlds, initially I was like, what happens now if I qualify for the TCG? And my first instinct was, I would like to play the TCG Worlds more than the Master Duel Worlds. That was my first instinct was like, I would rather play TCG. I would rather play TCG because TCG is just something I care about Master Duel, but I just care more about the TCG, right? But then the more I thought about it, there are a lot of reasons why, ultimately, I think I would have chosen Master Duel anyways. Because of a couple things. First of all, it's the first one ever. Which I think is, that's worth something, you know, like being at the first ever Master Duel Worlds, as opposed to Yu-Gi-Oh! Worlds number 19, 20 or something. I don't know exactly. So I think it's cool that I'm part of the first Master Duel Worlds. And also one reason, no, the fact that Circular is at 3 is not one of the reasons. You can stop saying that. One other reason, I typically don't like to think of it that way, but Master Duel only has 8 teams, right? There's only 8 participants at the Master Duel World Championship. So it's technically a little bit more likely to become a world champion in Master Duel than it is in TCG, where you have like around, I think it's 28 people. You have 28 people competing for first, and in Master Duel you only have 8. So it's kind of like starting in top 8 already, right? So I think it's cool anyways. Also, from a content creator perspective, Master Duel Worlds is probably the better decision as well for me, because Master Duel is kind of like a big deal content creation wise. So yeah. Also, the fact that you get to bring 2 people to Master Duel Worlds is also kind of cool and everything. A team of 3 people will be the world champion in Master Duel. It's a team tournament. What about the pricing? The pricing is not the reason for me. The pricing, I assume, is just the same. You mean Master Duel Worlds winning is just an easy snack in comparison? It's not easy at all. I don't think that is the case at all, because there is still 8 of the best teams in the world are gonna play in Master Duel, and especially because like the people from like the other European team has gotten very strong competitors in like they bring Herman and Bowden to Worlds, and the NA team is also really strong because they have Jesse and Ryan Yu. They have like, I think our team is also strong, but also the Japanese people are going to be really tough opponents. I expect it to be very, very tough. But still, I'm looking forward to it. I think winning Worlds is never going to be easy, no matter if you do TCG or Master Duel. So yeah, my team is Quantel and Emre. I'm bringing Quantel and Emre to Worlds. It's gonna be hype. We're gonna cook. Emre also topped the. It was funny because Emre was like all weekend. Emre was like, dude, please don't qualify for Worlds. Please don't qualify for Worlds so you don't leave me hanging and I get to go with you. Like, he was really afraid that I was going to qualify for TCG Worlds and then go to TCG and he can't go to Worlds because of it. And then I didn't even make day 2 and Emre topped. So I told him, dude, it would be so funny if you now make it to top 4 and then you are the one leaving me hanging, even though you were paranoid about me doing it the entire time. But yeah, he lost in top 64. Well, yeah. What's your team name? You are right. That's a good question. We had to submit a team name last. Like, the deadline was technically, I think, yesterday or something. I don't remember exactly, but we had to submit a team name, and I did it kind of like on the fly because I did it on Thursday. No, I did it on Thursday before I left, and I just had to do it in like, I had to come up with something in like a couple minutes because I was leaving and I was like, shit, I still need to answer this email because I don't want to do it in Utrecht. I want to do it at home. Our team is now called Return of the Ronin, which is okay, I think. I don't know. I maybe could have come up with something funnier, but it's fine. We are the Return of the Ronin because if we win, they have to return the Ronin. It's easy. Frog the Jam? Why is Frog the Jam funny? I don't understand that one. It's fine. There's more important things than that. But Ronin is not banned in OCG and Master Duel? Well, doesn't matter. I still want it back. All right. All right. Let's talk about Euros, shall we? Let's talk about Euros, okay? Playoffs on Friday. We're sending to Worlds Jonas Koschel, Gabriel Susi, and Dinka Bui. Overall, I think very, very good representation for Europe. Out of the people in the playoffs, I think definitely 3 of the best, in my opinion. I was especially happy for Dinka Bui, because I think had he gotten 4th in 2 consecutive Worlds playoffs, that would not have been deserved at all. I would even argue out of all the 32 players in the playoff, it was probably Dinka Bui who deserved to go the most. Because Jonas and Gabriel are phenomenal players, but they both have been to Worlds before, right? They deserve to go again, but Dinka Bui deserved his first participation at Worlds definitely more than anyone else did, like to go for a second time or whatever. But yeah, I think those 3 are great representatives for Europe. And then for the main event, we also have great representatives. We have Oliver, Christian, Yoho, and Jessica. Personally, I was very, very happy with these representatives as well. I personally have not that much to do with... I don't know Oliver very well, but I know he's been successful in the past, so probably fine for him to go to Worlds. Very, very happy for Christian, Yoho, and Jessica as well. Especially after, on top of everything, Christian went 4-1 in the Worlds playoff and got 5th place, and they cut to top 4. So that was already really, really rough on the Friday for Christian. And then I was very happy that he was able to make it through to the finals and qualify for Worlds as well. Also, Yoho, congratulations. I've seen you in chat earlier. Very happy for you as well. See you in Japan. And Jessica as well, I think very, very deserving, because she's been rocking the plant deck for months now, probably years. It's been more than a year probably, because wasn't it like last year Nationals where all of them have already played the plant deck basically. So she's probably got that deck. She's probably got that deck down by now. And also, I already told her this. After the finals. I told her, thank you for your contribution on for the anti-plant movement. We are going to use the momentum from this victory to get the plants out of this game. To which she responded, plants for life, and I said, no, not plants for life. I said maybe plants for a couple more months. All right. But yeah, huge congratulations to everyone who made it to Worlds. I think Team Europe is looking strong this year. I have some hopes that maybe this year we can bring it to Europe. with one of these players. All right. And that's Euros, I guess. I thought about rewatching some of the stream or whatever, but I'm gonna be honest with you, all the most hype moments I have already seen because I was at the venue and I had time. Sadly, on Sunday I sadly had a lot of time, so I spent a lot of time watching the stream as well. So yeah, I don't really have to react to a lot of it because I've seen it. And yeah, I heard there was some crazy stuff happening in feature matches, like the Duster for 5, which I've seen. And the finals we're not going to talk about out of respect for Christian. We're not going to watch the finals in respect to Blue Master today. And yeah. Anyways, how was it for you guys? How was the stream, like, if you've not been to the event? How was the stream? How was the coverage? How did you guys enjoy the event overall? I feel for the branded player getting a game loss off of Cartesia. That is something that I heard happened a couple times this weekend, where people got game losses in feature matches for like their second warning, which I guess it's unfortunate for the quality of the stream, right? I guess it's unfortunate that like sometimes you have to give a game loss in a feature match and then the match is just over because it's so anticlimactic or whatever. But on the other hand, you have to realize that sometimes that stuff just happens, and that is the normal procedure. If you get a second warning for the same thing, you get a game loss for that. And feature matches at the end of the day are not supposed to alter the outcome of a tournament, right? You're not supposed to get a different treatment only because you're in the feature match, only because they're watching. It's not supposed to be different. So I think if it happens, it happens. You know, it's just unfortunate, I guess, but it doesn't really change the fact that it's necessary, right? If someone does their second illegal activation on a feature match, they have to be punished the same way as if they weren't on the feature match, because that's just fair. The feature match is supposed to be fair after all. What did they get warnings for? It's like, I think the one I saw David play a feature match. I think it was top 16, and he did there was a Gozen match, and he had a Sprite Blue, and he tried to activate Rookie for Hire, which is the one that tributes and summons another one from the deck. But you can't do that because Sprite Blue is a dark, and there's no legal dark target for Rookie for Hire. So it's an illegal activation. And he got a warning for that, which was his second warning for an illegal activation, because he had apparently at some point in the tournament already done something, already attempted an illegal activation and gotten a warning for it, which is something, it happens, right? But you get a game loss for that. The branded one was they tried to make Mud Dragon with a Cartesia, and then they also didn't resolve correctly, destroying Cartesia off of Wraithoth. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, I'm sure that sometimes in feature matches, it's more like, you could argue that that people are more nervous in feature matches, so it's more likely to happen. So maybe you could argue you should cut them some slack, but I think you can understand both sides as well, I feel like. But yeah. Droll Lol, thank you for the Prime. Maddie Naps, thank you for the 9 months. Very long time. Appreciate that. And Zen Mighty, thank you for 15 months. That's an even longer time. Appreciate that. Thank you. At the end of the day, the rules are the rules. So whether it happens in a feature match or not, does not really matter. So it is what it is. Stodzas, thank you for the Prime. I was thinking, as part of our recap, and basically I'm in a weird spot right now as far as content goes. I'm gonna tell you why exactly, because I kind of wanna keep talking about heroes and help you guys prepare for NAWCQ in case you guys you know, are prepping for that. And we're also gonna watch some NAWCQ. But in my head, I'm already moving forward to... I've already fast forwarded basically to Master Duel Worlds, because that's what's up next for me. So just in case anyone was wondering, you can expect a lot of Master Duel this month. We're going to play a lot of Master Duel this month because that's what's going to be on my mind, right? TCG, after NAWCQ, TCG is kind of just going to be on like a little bit of a pause in general for everybody, right? There's not going to be that many. There's no regionals yet. There's no major events coming up. It's just the World Championship is in a month, pretty much. It's in 4.5 weeks is the World Championship. And so besides some Euros recap now and some NAWCQ watching, I think the majority of July is going to be dedicated to all kinds of stuff in Master Duel. Of course, we're going to do some other stuff here and there if anything exciting is happening in the TCG. If there's a crazy deck coming out, if there's new cards announced, we're going to talk about all of it. But for the most part, we are going to be focusing on Master Duel. Like we're going to do all that kind of stuff. That being said, because my mind is already a little bit ahead of like TCG, I'm just gonna quickly scan through this and see if there's anything super interesting right now. Like, I don't think we need to look at a lot of stuff. Like, I've seen an Earth Machine down here, all that kind of stuff. We're gonna talk about that a little bit. Maybe talk about the overall Top Cut breakdown and everything, and the conversion rates of the decks. AK Chan Monk, thank you for the gift sub, bringing us back to 1,000. Appreciate that. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little sad to see this morning that we had dropped under 1,000 over the weekend, but here we are again. Thank you guys so much for coming through. And we Pepe D now. Appreciate you. Thank you. There we go. All right, let me line this up. Okay. I'm gonna let you finish the Pepe D, and then we move on. That Tim guy, thank you for 4 months. Appreciate that. Okay. Once again, exclamation mark spreadsheet if you want to access all this information yourself. There is a command for it. All you have to do is type exclamation mark spreadsheet, and huge shout out as always to Lampy for maintaining the spreadsheet. If you find yourself constantly using the spreadsheet or accessing it for information, just do me a favor and follow Lampy on the platforms over here that you're using, because he's doing a lot of work for this and I really appreciate it. We've been using it in stream a lot. So if you know, if you find yourself using that information, might as well give them a follow on your favorite platform. All right. At the beginning of day one, I would argue this breakdown is pretty much what I would have expected. We had Kashtira, most represented deck. Fair enough. Runic variants after that. I personally find that very understandable. Dragon Link was relatively popular. Even more than like Sprite, Labyrinth, and Branded. I'm not sure if I would have expected that. I'm not sure if I would have expected that, but here we are. Sprite, Labyrinth, Branded, fairly represented. Vanquish Souls. Unfortunately, I don't think Vanquish Soul performed super well. I think one made it into top 32. But yeah. Yeah. And then we had some Rikas and some Fluanderies. So overall, a breakdown, also the top cut breakdown, that is a lot less diverse than you might have expected, judging from like the national top cuts, right? Like if you have seen a lot of the nationals this season, it looked a lot more like it was going to be like a super diverse pie chart. But I do think we are approaching a time in this format where the best decks have quote unquote just crystallized themselves. Like Kashtira, Runic, Dragon Link, those types of decks, they've just been performing more consistently and better than all the other decks, I feel like. And Rika to an extent too. I don't know exactly what the reason is why Rika is... On the one hand, Rika is converting really well, I feel like. Rika is converting really well, right? They have a play rate of 4%, but a top cut rate of 7.8, which is really strong. So either people probably still refuse to read Loci, or people don't know how to play against it, or it's just like the deck is, I think, relatively hard to play really well. I mean, like, pulling off your standard first turn combo is probably as easy as it gets, but as soon as you get like hand trapped in different spots, or you have to go second into different boards, I think that where it really becomes a little bit hard to play Rika. And that's probably what makes all the difference, because like the games where you pull off your standard first turn combo, like anyone can win those, but the grindy ones, or the ones where you get hand trapped and interrupted going second, those type of things, those are the ones where I think it makes a difference how well you know the deck. So that's also maybe why people are afraid of using it as well. More and more people cutting hand traps and putting in more engine or board breakers, which is good for Rika. That is also true. Rika is well positioned in some ways. Like, for example, Rika, I think, has a solid matchup against Runic decks, because Runic decks are most likely going to be on board breakers. Right? People are more likely to be on board breakers, and cards like Evenly Matched, they just don't do much. Yeah. They just don't do much against the full Rika combo, because it's got like multiple Omni Negates, Disruption from Graveyard, all that stuff. Rika Sheet. Evenly is really good if it resolves. Yeah, have fun resolving Evenly against Rika. They have like 2 or 3 Omnis. It only has Regulus? No, it doesn't. They also have Hyperiton. If you let them pull off the full thing, no hand trap, they probably have Hyperiton as well. But not for traps. Yeah, but of course they're going to use Hyperiton first. Bro, they're using Hyperiton first. If you try to force Regulus, they use Hyperiton. Oh my god, chat. Come on. How you get a trap under it? Oh my god. How? Bro, you're not negating Evenly with Hyperiton. You're negating the other card that would have baited Regulus with Hyperiton, and then you negate the Evenly with Regulus. God damn. You basically need 2 Evenlies. That's fine. Yes, 2 Evenlies is fine, but the chance for that is not very high. Gigantic, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Always happy to see first-time primes in the chat. Means new people are coming in and enjoying the streams. Thank you very much. Anyways, I am not going to spend another stream on talking about why Rika did well and why it won Euros again. I think it's kind of crazy that the same deck won Euros back to back, and a lot of people still don't know how to play against it. I'm not even sure if I'm an exception to that, because at this point in time, I know the cards. I've played the deck myself a little bit to understand it. I'm not perfect at it by any means, which means I also am not perfect at playing against it. But I think I know the cards decently well at this point in time. I don't know. This is probably something that only a Rika player could tell you, is how well versed the opponents are. Like, for example, it'd be interesting to ask Jess if she felt like there's a difference in how people played against the deck compared to like last year, because I'm sure last year at Euros people were making more mistakes against it than this year, right? That would be interesting to note, but that's something I don't know because I haven't played the deck at these events. Next up, thank you for the 17 months. It didn't feel like anything changed. That's interesting. Did you already watch some profiles? We are getting into the profiles after we've talked about the breakdowns. However, I think I'm only going to watch like some really... We're probably going to watch the winner deck profile and then some of the only interesting ones. Like, I don't think we need to watch at everything. But the interesting stuff we can take a look at for sure and give you my opinion on it. Runic was decent, but 14% representation into 10% top cut isn't that great. Like, Kashtira's conversion rate was a lot better than Runic this time, I will admit. I'm a little bit disappointed by Runic's performance. Dragons kind of popped off. But Runic's didn't. I don't know what the reason for that is. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm asking myself whether I should have played a different deck. However, on second thought, even if I reach the conclusion that Runic isn't it, I don't know what else I would have played. Because out of all these decks here that did top, I still think I like Runic the most. I think I should have just played for higher. It would have been interesting to see the difference between how many of these were for higher Runics and how many of these were Life Twin Runics. But I don't think we have that data. I think D-Link was the play this time. D-Link was fine. Yeah, I think D-Link was good for this event because it was good against everything that wasn't Kashtira. And even Kashtira, I guess you can side board breakers for, or even main deck board breakers for. So maybe Dragon Link was good. You would crush with Kashtira, I'll be honest. I'd probably do okay with Kashtira too. Maybe looking back at the season, I wasted a little bit of possible, like, you know, results by not playing Kashtira ever. Maybe I should have, but I don't know. I'm okay. I'm okay. Gabe went 5-2 versus Cash. Yeah, Gabe did really well with Dragon Link. I think Dragon Link was good as well. But yeah, at the end of the day, hindsight is hindsight. I personally think this meta is pretty much as we expected it. Little bit more Dragon Link than I thought, maybe. But everything else pretty much as expected. Conversion rates also, I personally expected a higher conversion rate on Runics, but proven wrong here. Everything else pretty much as expected. Moving into NAWCQ, I'm not sure exactly what this means. Like, I'm not sure what I would recommend to people right now. I think Kashtira is still a solid pick. Dragon Link is a solid pick. I still like Runic. I don't know why Flunder is here, to be honest. I just realized that Flunder has almost as many tops as Runic decks, which is kind of crazy. Labyrinth kind of fell off in the main event, which is, I think it's a little bit due to the popularity of Runic as well. Like, maybe a lot of these numbers are related to the amount of Runics. Like, Flundereeze also, unironically, is not a good matchup for Runic. Flundereeze is not a great matchup for Runic because sometimes, like, it's really hard to out their shit without battle phases because you can't flashing fire any of their stuff. And Empen is really annoying, especially for Life Twin. Like, Furhire can be okay against Flunder, but with Life Twins, god damn is it hard to out Empins, right? And sometimes also, sometimes you just activate tip, banish Eaglin or something, and you just want to like, oh my god, you just want to end yourself. You go like activate tip, banish Eaglin, they go normal summon Robina, chain block with Eaglin, you're like, oh my god, right? Sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens as well. Or you like banish if you banish an Empin or something, you basically turn their Toucan into another Eaglin, which is annoying. So yeah, it's understandable, I think, why Fluanderees did well in a field of Runic, Cash, and it's also good against Dragon Link, I think, because they have the Bystials and Flunder doesn't care. So it's just the good old Flunder is good, but it breaks, which is why it tops but doesn't win. Maybe, I don't know. Well, yeah, interesting event. Not many surprises. So speaking of surprises, there has been a Math Mech in top 16, which I don't understand how they got there, but then I saw their feature match and they hard drew Circular in game 3, so that makes sense, I guess. And there's an Earth Machine in top 16, which that one I have to see. That one I have to see. I don't understand that one, dude. Like, I'm gonna be upfront about this. I don't think Earth Machine is bad. I think Earth Machine is actually a decent deck, but I still don't think it's like it belongs in the top 16 of a European Championship. But hey, proven wrong again.
Okay, Petros, you ended up top 16 with like
exactly.
Of the blue. Why the choice?
It's the deck I've been playing for two and a half years now. I've had a lot of success with it. Last year's Nats and.
Dinka said he almost played Mathmech for the points playoffs. What's your comment on that? Well, I'm happy that he decided to qualify for Worlds instead of playing Mathmech. So good on him. Good on him. I would have rather gone to Worlds as well, rather than bringing Mathmech to that tournament and going like 1-4 or something.
A few regionals on the way, UK Nats, and I feel like the deck can do anything.
Right.
It can produce an out to anything. It can. The engine is very versatile, and I've managed to make enough spots in the deck to actually play some non-engine to out the boards and all that.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Let's see this.
So, for the main starter gear frame. So your normal gear frame, you add this guy summons itself if you add it. It's a bit of a break if you draw it, obviously. And then you can gear this on someone foolish as a machina as well. Then you gear Gan, search the rest. This does so much on its own as a normal summon. It's probably better than Alistair as a normal summon. Yes, I will say it. And for the target,
I know this card,
Fortress.
I know this one too.
Because for some reason,
it is an enjoyer.
Once per turn was, you can just keep summoning it. People misread it all the time. So
Man's tried to sign up for the Edison event, but signed up for the wrong event and ended up topping. Isn't that crazy?
they attack into it, and then I have to kind of blow one of the cards up. Yeah, excellent card. Citadel makes the deck scary. Makes it really scary because out of nowhere you destroy something. Raigeki on legs shows up and nukes the entire board. Annoying Force makes the deck even scarier, especially when going second, because it's inherent summon from grave. I'm not allowed to say inherent. Summon itself from grave without activating or starting a chain. It's 46 attack. It's bigger than an Egyptian god, and it can negate something in the battle phase and half your opponent's life points. So it can kill on its own if your opponent activates an effect, which happens more often than it should.
Right.
And this is the Machina part of the engine. There's obviously 3 redeployments. It's like a pendulum call for Machinas. Discard 1 card, add 2 Machinas. If you discard a Machina card, you can add Machina cards instead of just monsters, which allows you to search for the trap, the Machina Overdrive, which is it can summon Citadel from deck or any Machina from deck by destroying a machine, which also triggers Citadel if it's engraved, and it can recycle your banished. Okay.
Do you think because he top 16 Euros with Earth Machine, which makes him the most successful Earth Machine duelist of all time, probably forever, I think that maybe he should get the spot in the Congress of the other dude in the MBT video. I feel like he should be removed from Congress and replaced with with this dude.
It's fine, it's fine. Which is important because after you use Tunneler to draw 2, you can use this, put Tunneler back, right? So you can reuse it again next turn and draw 2 more. Right, right. And for the infinite tracks, for the Harvester, the main one per combo of the deck, along with obviously 3 heavy forward, it's basically tanky for infinite tracks, plus he has another effect that you sometimes use both. You can change an exist to attack or attach one. It's the main source of consistency for the deck. It's 6 out of the 12 really good starters, because the other 3 are 3 gear frames and 3 redeployments. Going first, going second is other options. And the targets for Harvester to search are Dozer, the combo of the deck. If you have an Earth Machine, you use this and you can get wherever you want. The Tunneler, the Pot of Avarice, and the 2 Trencher, which is Reborn for infinite tracks by punching yourself in grave, which is also another target you can put back with Overdrive and roll 1. And on running track is Box.
He's the only player from his country to play the event. I think I heard that on the stream. That is also kind of crazy. I can't help but respect that people show up to these events and play decks like these, which quite frankly just aren't as competitive. But I just can't help but respect the fact that you still go there. You just play that because it's your deck, right? You like it. You want to play it. And I respect that. And I'm really happy that sometimes it also just works out, right? Sometimes people just get lucky or have a good day or play really well. And just, I think it's very cool that sometimes people just make Top Cut with just something that they're very passionate about, rather than, you know, always play what they think is best. Just like play what they like.
Because you can either off of Ballista and search either of these for you 2 cards. For the last letter of the deck name, MIT, is Trains. Okay. It's only 2. There used to be more, but we're cutting down on engines so we can make room. I guess T is also for Ethereans, just playing 2 regulars. And yeah, all Earth Machines are extremely searchable. Level 10s help you OTK, help you make Gustav, as you may have seen in the feature match. Right. Fine. If you're going second, this is also an extra starter. It's also an OTK on its own. It does everything. It's as you described it, it's a double Italy on 1 card. And it summons a level 4 lower and a level 5 higher. Its restriction is the funniest thing, because it allows you to only attack with machines, as if I was going to, I don't know, make Chaos Angel or something. Right. And for the non-engine, we have a 3 Ash, because Branded is very much a deck. 3 Eclipse, because it wins the game versus Cash. Sometimes on its own, you just go second, you flip Eclipse. If they don't have a way to stop it, you just...
Books were relatively popular this event. I saw a lot of books, and it makes sense. I moved them up on my recent discussion in the board breakers. Books were pretty good.
And destroy their board with your Citadel, with your extra deck.
Götze Royale, thank you for the 2 months.
2 Talons and the one Callby. Callby made this deck to 41, but I was always playing Callby, so it's too good not to play, especially with Shifter in the format. I know it's a one-off, but you draw it or you don't. Yeah, but that's the same with it.
Not a fan of Called by this format. I don't think there's that much you can Called by even. Like, Shifter wasn't really main decked, I think, which I think was a good decision to not main deck Shifter by most Cash players. And I don't know, Called by doesn't seem that great right now.
And 3 Imperm, because it's the best hand trap in my opinion, as you can just keep it. It's the best 6th card as hand trap. There's no other hand trap you can draw 6th card and be happy with it. Because you can just pay it on the gate. And that's for the main deck. 41 cards, as I said. To the extra, playing 3 Goliath. This is not a Cash deck. Goliath is an infinite track. And its main use, it's going to the graveyard, so I can put it back in the extra and draw 2. Right. Ballista to add Box and add the rest of the infinite tracks. Platinum Gadget for the Gear Frame line that you summon Harvester from hand is basically...
His feature opponent kind of threw. Well, the thing is, if someone loses because they throw, that still means at that point the better player won, or the better player in that moment won, so it's all good. There's nothing to complain about.
Allows you to, in a way, use both your normal summons in the same turn. Right. Genius, it's so good for outing boards. Palooza, you can also, if you have Genius and you have to schedule, you can search a little bit higher, because there was some at the same time. And the Ungernakko, which is the
You see, the thing is, I just realized I'm watching this deck profile and I can't really judge the deck at all, because they probably know better than I do.
Sometimes the deck just end on this and it wins. That just tags out any monster from hand or field into level 10, and then you can bring itself back from grave next turn. Right. And that's for the links. The Xyz got Gear Gigant, can make with the level 4s. It searches any level 4 lower machine from deck or grave, which can repair the box. Stormer, which is just like Gear Gigant, but more generic. It can add any Earth Machine. It can either send it to grave or add it to your hand, which can be a really good event under draw. You can send Citadel to have some backup. Enter Blafnir.
Josh learns Earth Machine stream when? I know the cards. We actually have done that. We've played Earth Machine on stream before. It's a while ago, but we've tried Earth Machine. But what I mean is I can't judge the deck in terms of like, I haven't played it in this format. I haven't like gone in depth on how to build it and whatnot.
Weird Rank 9, a lot of people are not playing this, but I do like it, especially with Borderland in the format. It can out anything without targeting and just banishes, so it doesn't even destroy. Dragoon, Borderland, anything. Also, you can use this turn 1, banish a random card from your opponent's hand, so you know what they're playing, and you can adjust the rest of your combo accordingly. The other rank 9 Slicer. The only way to make this is Harvester plus Fortress, because it changes the levels to 9. This pops cards by detaching a number of materials, target them and destroys them. It can destroy your own cards, which is really important, because sometimes you want to pop your Earth Machines to summon back Citadel. The trains make the cannons, obviously. I guess all 3 of them. This is a really good turn 1 board. It's 4k, you can make it self-effective. If you have a Derry Train, it pops a card as well. Gustav, making Gustav when your opponent has no monsters or 2 or more monsters in attack position is game, because it does 2000 damage, and then Liba becomes 6k and can attack twice on monsters. If it's direct, it's 6k direct. If it's on monsters, there are 3k or less, it's game, which most of them are. Yeah, Liba can attack 1000 times, and it can be really, really big. Right. And the Zeus, of course. Just the one Zeus. This is what cash players banish from my extra deck. Yeah. I want them to keep doing it. Okay. And side, 3 Chizukuru. It's a level 10 kaiju, and it's a machine. It can be used as pitch for Fortress, it can be banished for Ruin Force, and if I draw 2, I get a free level 10 on my field. I really do not mind this at all. I side the draws. They did not come up as much, only like in a few games. Against Dragon Link, I guess it did on the feature match, but the still played a lot anyway. So yeah, that's why I'm not maining it, but I would not cut it from my side deck. Right. Versus the macro decks like Labyrinth and stuff, it's just Harpy's Feather Duster and discount Harpy Feather Duster. Yeah. For Evenlies, I don't think I need to explain Evenly at this point. And the only thing I'm going to side on going first is just the Gozen match. It can win versus cash. It can be really good against Branded as well, because I have light monsters I want to use, and Dragon Link as well if you catch them on the right spot. Right. Yeah, and that's the side deck as well.
All right.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, that's Earth Machines, top 16, kind of crazy. Let's watch Jeff's deck profile. I know it's probably gonna be standard, but I wanna go over her deck because she won with it. So let's cover the winning
Hey
deck.
guys, it's Jess, and I won Euros. Not sure how, but yeah. So I'll get to it for a second. I play plants, but shoutouts. Honestly, shouts to just there's too many people to shout out, but shouts to everyone. Also, check out Metify, coaching, all good stuff. So yeah, shouts to everyone who helped me like test, Plant Gang, and just like all like 2-0, all the groups, 2 people shout out. Yeah, get into it. So I play plants, obviously. So we'll start with like just main deck. Play 3 Loci, which have definitely not borrowed from Sam for like a year. 1 Twin, 2 Sowing. You need to play 2 Sowing, especially since with like.
We're gonna watch the profile out of respect of her accomplishment. We're not gonna enjoy it. I never said we were gonna enjoy it. Okay? We hate plants over here.
Things like Rise Heart, Runic Banishing. It's in general with the grind game, the Ash one having second for the grind game is really good. Also, drawing twin is fine. My top 4 game 1 shows that. Like drawing twin, perfect fine. You can still do combos. Especially if you can die. So you can die. Also play 3. Most way to die. That's it. Yeah, you have to play it. Extend for extender for starter. No information needed. So that was the one. For the Rika, we've got 3 Princess, 2 Petal.
2 Petal.
Princess is standard. 2 Petal. I'm playing an additional lone player, so I'm playing 2 lone players this time. So I didn't need the extra Princess's normal summon or the extra Petal's normal summon. So, and then 2 Rudam, 1 Primula, 1 Snowdrop. Again, I don't think there's any information needed here. I've explained this a lot before. Quite standard. Don't want to clog on them, but these are all. I need the extra tribute in the grind games. I need 2 of these. But yeah. So that's the Rika monsters and the Rika spell traps. I played 2 Concon. Joel was less common, so you need to like hard open it, and it can be quite cloggy. So especially you have to have like specifically Princess or Mudan.
I think Concon hard draw is quite good often.
So I played 2 of it. You have to play multiple grind games because it's such a good card.
Only lost to Rika twice. We hate him. Oh yeah, we hate him.
And Sheet. Complete self-expansion.
All my homies
This
hate
card is
photosynthesizing.
So then the other big package was Therions, which is 2 Lily. I sided 3rd Lily. Regulus and Dysphosia.
So this is apparently for follow-up, and because you can protect with the Therion Colosseum if you have more lilies in the deck.
So the idea with this is going first. So instead of playing, because the format's so broad right now, I want something that just kind of stop the board or stop them interrupting, so we could set a full board. Last time at Nationals I played Designator, but this time because the format's so broad and like some people want like board breakers like evenly with like life or like runic cards, and some people want hand traps. These are just a good balance to hit everything. I then also played 3 copies of Small World. This card lets you search a starter in Lokai. It searches Lily Warrior for protection, it searches extenders, and it searches a hand trap to support your board, or one of these two.
So I was actually wondering after German Nationals where I lost to this deck, and my opponent opened Lokai game 1 and game 3 going first, and I was like, okay, well, that just seems kind of normal, no pun intended. And then afterwards I saw my opponent's deck list. It was like 44 cards, and there was only 6 copies of, like, there was 6 1-card starters in 44 cards. And I was like, how do you enter an event with that, like, that does not make any sense. So I think the 3 small worlds as additional starters, that's probably good.
Just like Plank Gang and like Tom for like.
Isn't it like 12? No, there's only Lokai and Dai, which is 1-card combos. Everything else you have to have, like, you can have like Glamour plus Princess or something. That works. Did they not have Lone Fire? Oh yeah, they had Lone Fire, so I guess it's 7. Yeah, it's 7.
Kind of like testing these kind of things. These 2 board breakers, really good in general boards, and then against the cash board, if you're going for Small World, that's automatically forcing the Arise Heart and whatever the Shangri Awesome examiner phase. So
she also plays 2 Lone Fire? Okay, that makes sense.
Just Small World. You don't mind getting rid of monsters because you're.
I mean, Lone Fire is also part of the combo. So I guess if you sometimes have to use it as a small world bridge, maybe for, I'm pretty sure Lone Fire is what you use to get into Kurikara. You could probably also use like Pedal. Yeah.
Monsters you search are such high value. So the main bridge for Small World, those 2 aren't bridges. The bridges main bridge for World are Lone Fire Blossom. There's also combos with 2 Lone Fire, but you definitely don't need more than 2.
Okay, well, in case if you ever find yourself in a position where you own these 2 copies of Lone Fire Blossom, you only play 1. You only play the Champion Pack 1. You don't play you don't play this one. That's the only. If you have, I can get behind 2. I can get behind 2 Lone Fire Blossoms all day long. But if you own these 2, you just play that one. You just play that one. You can never show them. You can never show them this one, anyways. You can never show them this one. It's not possible. Like, you always have to go for this one first, and once you've shown them this one, you can't show them that one.
But it was United 2. It's the additional normal summon inside that. One of them out going second, and yeah, there's Spike Card. What to say? So for the non-engine or like Ash, 3 Ash, you can search your own first Small World support board as well. At 3 Imperm, Labyrinth, Branded, all those decks. Imperm, you can hold it quite often. You hold it for like a Rise Heart or something. You don't use it to interrupt. And yeah, you just want to like limit. You're not trying to play so many hand traps you stop from setting up. You just want to limit the board. And then the rest of the cards, play 2 more non-engine cards, which is 3 Dark Crawlers.
Italian 4 words, German 1. German cards are very, very efficient in the usage, in terms of how many words they use. Let's say it like that. There are a lot of German cards where it's just literally one word, and the English is like 4.
Yeah, it's just such a blowout card. Let's play it. And Hogshead the Duster. Hogshead the Duster is great. I recommend it against Labyrinth.
Shoutouts to Korean.
The top 4 feature match. Play this card.
Sorry.
No one's laughing behind the camera because of this. It was funny though. But yeah,
to Drew.
the card's really good, especially to Labyrinth. Like mainly, it was worth it because if you see it like in one, it's 7% chance to see it, right? Or slightly lower because I'm playing 45 cards. But you just want to see it as much as possible because even if you go first and they still have like cash tier half bridge.
All right. Thank you, Voldemort. I'm gonna say this once, okay? If any of y'all feel the need to call her a he, you're gonna do that once, and then you're never gonna talk in this chat again, okay? That's just if you can't help yourself, do it now and then never talk again, all right? Thank you.
Or being able to just hit the birth field spell is just really valuable. So that's also a card main deck and an extra deck. The extra deck is very, very standard, so there's not too much to say. It's 3 Dryas, 2 Healer, 1 Thrasher. Yeah, always play 3. You see, crashing is really, really valuable. Like my top 4 game 1, I think personally I played really well. But crashing Dryas, that feature match shows how well crashing Dryas, like how much it does for the deck. Because I was able to play just because I crashed the Dryas. Then 1 Melius, 1 Mega Lancer for like the Link 4 package or the OTK package. Yeah, standard. And then 2 Jasmine, Dance. This combos. This facilitates rank plays. The milling doesn't really matter. I don't think I milled very well off this weekend, but like the main reason to play it is because of the level manipulation. So. And then XYZ's Hyper, Teardrop, and 2 Strana. Yeah, this is very self-explanatory. Strana summons these 2, Strana's your grind game, and yeah. So, SX like very standard, not much explains to do that. So my side deck. There's quite a few one-offs on side decks, like searchability with things like Thrust and Small World.
Fun fact, Jessica also had Duster versus Jonas in game 1 of top 8. She really should have a special connection to that card now. Well, yeah, that's a good card to draw in your Worlds qualification match against Labyrinth. Yeah, I'd recommend drawing Duster. Yeah, that's good.
But best card on side deck. Spider Orchid. Out Floodgates, out Birth like it did in finals. You search it off Glamour. Search it off of small. Okay, you never research off while you're searching Pank, but you can search off like Glamour and stuff. Then 1 Liboria. Also, going first against Labyrinth, always...
Yeah, Jonas played Lab in the main event, yeah.
1 Borea, again, you just want to see it to protect combo. And then 1 Rose Whip. Just really good against runic decks when you go first. Use 1 Rose Whip Regulus, and they can't play. Then, for the like hand traps, I guess, 3 Draw. It's really good at limiting the board. That's why you play it. Even if it doesn't stop them comboing, you just want to limit the board a bit. That's why you play it. And then 1 Bell. Bell was predominantly for us as a small ball target, so going into that say branded, we could, if they didn't have lost, we could just go activate. If they had branded in red set, we could just go small world, add Bell, and then have the answer to it. But it was also just
you mean if they don't have lost? If they don't have lost, you can do that. Yeah.
Like another Ash against Big Welcome, and just the 15th card on the side deck that we could search. So.
Did all 3 players that qualified on Friday also top on Sunday? Yeah, I think so. Story checks out.
Then for the rest of it, so the other book breaker inside is 3 evenly matched. It's such a powerful card. I think you have to play it in this deck. It outs everything. A lot of people would consider not playing it because decks play around it and things like Carrot, but the impact it achieves and the fact you can bait it with so many cards, those cards like Carrot with so many cards in your deck, it's 100% to play evenly. Then 2 Cosmic. So it's 2 because of the siding plan. It's really good going first and second against Labyrinth, against any Floodgates. I just like
sad that Marcus Patel doesn't go to the World Championship from winning Euros last year. I mean, yes, but at the same time, everyone knew that going into last year's European Championship, right? It was announced way beforehand, so you can't really complain about it either. It's just, I thought it would have been really cool if they had increased the player limit for Worlds this year because of all the years we've skipped. Maybe it would have been really hype if they made like one really big World Championship, but they decided to keep it as small as always, so they can't invite people from past years, right? It wouldn't make sense.
It's really good when they activate furniture because they normally use furniture very with this. They use if you go first, they use furniture very early because they don't want to get named by Regulus or Princess, and then you just Cosmic the set and you immediately you're in major advantage. And the last cards were Double Thrust. So it's really good going first or second.
Kilo, thank you for the Prime, and Fizoic, thank you for the 2 months as well. Thank you.
Shifted or get hand tracked, I can just thrust set away from deck and get information because they've already got -1.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. The fact that you can like side thrust going second, but then you have this one. Yeah, I like that.
So they might be limited on engine or hand traps, and just the information is really valuable because it means you choose when to interrupt. But yeah, that's the deck list. Yeah, thanks to everyone who all the support, and thanks everyone who said hi, and yeah, it was a really fun event.
All right, congratulations, well done, and see you in Japan. Are we watching top 64 deck profiles as well? Only if it's interesting. I think. I don't know if I want to watch everything on here. Let me see what there is. Bestial Control Synchron. See, that has sparked my interest. That has sparked my interest. I'm watching that.
Hello.
Did she use a 60 card deck? No. People in chat have been saying her list was 45.
Hello everyone, we are here with Gino Meister, who made it into the top 64. So, what did you play?
Yeah, so I decided to play Bestial Control with some spice, so I guess we can go into the profile now.
Sure, let's go.
So I played 3 Bestial Rebellion, 3 Magnamut, and 1 of the others. So these are obviously the best ones. These are for utility, and this is also pretty good, but I had to cut down on
I'm assuming it's
cards.
Assault Synchron, which is why I clicked on this. If there's no Assault Synchron, I'm going to be
This is
disappointed.
good going first, but a bit worse going second, so I decided to just play 1. Then 3 Seifert with the Baby Dragons, 3 Black Metal, and I decided to play 2
Wait, this is
Revengees.
Dragon Link.
Because I'm playing more of a controlish version, the second one helps a lot with follow-up. So yeah, I like this a lot. Then 1 Ringo Worm and 1 Levineer. This is just the best card. You search this with Magnamut, and then you can OTK them on the next turn. And this is a tuner, level 2. So I wanted to have a searchable tuner, so I can go into the synchro place, but I did not want to play the rockets.
Oh,
So,
no
yeah,
rockets.
this is
Okay.
an alternative. And the best card of the deck, 3
Hell yeah.
Assault Synchron. So this card is how I got to top 64. It just overperformed. It's really nice with like Lubellion and other Bestials, because you can go into Disbatter, make like a lot of good combos. So yeah, this was really good. Then for spells, 3 Chaos Space, 2 Tunings to search the Assault Synchron. Also sometimes you hit a light or dark with the mill, which can help you play with the Bestials. 1 Ravine just to dump like Lubellions or Seifert and stuff like that. Regained and Beast for yeah, also Lubellion. This card is insane. I'd like to play 2, but
Is tuning semi-limited? No, it's not. When I made a Dragon Link version with Assault Synchron, even if you only have room for 5 total, I think I would have gone the other way around. Maybe it's to play around Droll a little bit more. But I think the mill can be incrandly valuable in this deck, because you mill, like, you turn on your Bestials,
then for
you can mill like random value cards like Seifert.
This is not the best hand trap right now, but it's a light, and it's really impactful if I go first. So I just want to have 1 hand trap that can like...
Are you qualified for Worlds? I'm
board.
qualified for Master Duel Worlds, not TCG.
Yeah, just help me to survive and get to the next turn, because then I can win. And this plus seals is game, so yeah. Then 2 Talents, 2 Dark Ruler, 2 Thrust, and 2 Imperm. This is basically for Arise Heart. Yeah,
I was about
like,
to complain about the
with
tools,
this,
but with
easier to
Thrust,
sight
it can be a little better. Like
That's why I decided
the
to play
reason
2 of
why.
this.
Oh, one thing I wanted to say earlier as well. The reason why I went 2 Thrust 2 evenly was because if I played against Kashtira, I wanted to do 3 Thrust, 1 evenly, 1 Talents. But then I realized if I go second against Kashtira and they summon Rysart to banish my top 3 cards face down, I have to literally pray to God that they don't banish my 1 evenly matched, right? And so that's why I went 2 and 2. So I think in the case of Thrust, I think playing 2 ofs can be okay.
It was 1 at first, but... So I wanted to play 1 Thrust at first, but because I had too many cards I wanted to side, I had to put the second one into the main deck. So yeah, it's 43 cards.
What about the 2 imperm though?
Really
I guess they didn't want to go over 43, but they still wanted some amount of hand traps. If they wanted to, maybe they just wanted 5 hand traps in 43 rather than 6 hand traps in 44, or 4 hand traps in 42, or whatever. Whatever. I can look past it.
Shout out to my brother.
Shout out.
Atom, because it's basically LP, but a bit worse. Coral Dragon is a bit weird maybe, but it's for Assault Synchron with the baby dragons. It helps you get into the level 10 synchros, so it's really good. Also going second, you can destroy fountains and stuff like that. You can draw a card. I really like this card. Excel, so you can combo with the Bestials, the level 10s. These are really good. Then Striker, Pisty.
This deck looks great.
2 Seal
looks
came
very
up a
fun.
lot. So yeah, this card is insane. IP is really good, of course. Romulus. Then Striker for the Pisty combo. Azalea. I decided to play this over Dark. I'm glad I did that. It came up a lot. Just destroying a card on the field is so good. Also with IP, you can make this and then you destroy a card without discarding something. So you don't have to do Unicorn. It's just really good against Birth and stuff like that. Then Unicorn for IP and for access code. I summoned this maybe once, but it's there just in case.
Do you really use 2 seals? I think you can get away with 1. I think you can get away with 1, yeah.
Then side deck, Quackimero Drago. This is for like mirror matches and sprites and stuff. Never came up, but it's there if you need it. Then Kurikara. This is by far the best card of my side deck. Should have played 3 of this.
No Savage? This does not have the rockets in it. So I assume because of that you have a little bit of a harder time to get into level 8 synchros. After you get links into the graveyard. Like, I guess Bestial plus Assault Synchron could still make it, so maybe it would still be good, but apparently they choose different routes and endboards, which is, I guess, fine.
Times. 2 Bell for Labyrinth, Runic, and Branded. 3
Maybe it's just me, but I just can't get over 40. Playing 45 with only 11 Lokai and Rika seems crazy to me. I think it depends heavily on the deck. There are a lot of decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you just want to play 40 cards as much as possible. There are some decks where I think it's okay to go over 40. Like, I think Dragon Link or Dragon decks in general are decks that can go over 40 a little bit because they play cards that they don't want to draw. Like the Branded Regained, Branded Beast, or Dragon Ravine, Boot Sector Launch. These types of cards are like cards that you don't want to see. So if you can put cards into your deck that are high quality cards, like if there's a lot of different high quality Dragon cards. Same goes for Branded, right? Like there's a lot of high quality cards you can replace, you can go into over 40 with. So they're not gonna drastically decrease the quality of your hands that you're drawing, but you can dilute the bricks a little bit, right? So in some decks, I think it can make sense.
For the same decks. Cosmic for Runic and Labyrinth, and then...
I agreed with this theory when I built 60 card Mathmech Ignister. Well, you overcooked then. I'm sorry to tell you, but that is overcooking at max.
More back row hate with third thrust, and these cards were going first also with thrust. This is if you get shifted, you just activate thrust, set this, and then Kash should not be able to kill you. So yeah. That's the deck profile.
Sure. Anything?
This deck looks very cool. I like that. I'm not sure if it's better than just Rocket Dragon Link, but it's cool. Yeah. Purely's made top 32, but for Purely's, I would rather watch. I want to watch Po Jiang's deck profile because he got second at Oceanics, which I think also qualifies him for Worlds. Hold on, let me bring that up real quick. Because some of you may have missed that, but this weekend was not only European Championship, it was also Oceanics. So let's not forget that. Let's watch Pojiang's second place Oceanics purely deck profile, which I think is Worlds. That's a lot of...
Hey guys, this is Ryan here from Top Deck. Today, we have Strike 1 collectibles all around us. Look at the prize cards that we won. Let's go! And the us four all play Pearlies. I'm the only different one because I didn't get the update. But we're gonna get into the deck profile. Poe, take it away.
Alright, I came top 32, he came top 32, he is top 8,
and then I came second.
and all 4 Pearlies and Top Cut all paired each other in the same bracket top 32.
They were
We're
scared,
that bad.
They were scared. They stacked it, but all good.
We all played the same list card for card, and Brian's list
So we
was...
start with the monster. Humble Pearly.
I hope they don't do that for every card.
And then his brother, Lily. Nothing too special. You have to max him out. They're really good normal summons.
GG Arnica, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate the support.
For the spells, we have 2 field spells. This was pretty clutch. I think 3 is too much. And it's just pretty good against the meta. A lot of people play Book of Moons. A lot of people play like enemy controller and whatnot. So this one, like,
Good into the
performed
Runic
really
deck
well.
and good into the cash deck.
And it's really good into, And Imperm, which is like the strongest thing.
Yeah, Inbound Black Cat in the dark.
Yeah. 3 of the Sleepy, 3 Happy. This one's cooked. This one just kills everyone. This one's the best.
it's like how you put down different purelies and you're like, oh, this one's good. This one's actually good.
Plus 500.
Do purelies go second now? See, this is the thing I genuinely don't understand. But the answer is no. They just go first, and I don't really understand how.
One delicious.
3.
Sorry, 1 delicious.
1.
3, my friend. This one's really good. This is a starter. It helps you get Black Cat. 3 pretty. And 1 Yeet. This card's pretty good, but it's too awful playing a 2. You don't want to brick on them.
And most of the time, like my friend, you reveal
Adrian went second?
It's like
Okay, then we might also
Yeah,
look at
you
it.
just really don't want to draw this. It's too weak.
If you draw the My Friend as well, you can search it off the Black Cat, which gets you to the prize anyway.
And for the hand traps, we have 3 Imperm, 3 Ash Blossom. Initially, I was playing a lot less Ash Blossom, but because we were initially scared of tactics, but later we realized that we have too much engine. That even if they rip a card, it doesn't really affect the mod. So Ash was just good generically, and Imperm is just a really good card.
Yeah, I didn't have the 3rd Ash. I didn't put in the 3rd Ash because I was more like I wanted more tactics to like beat the Kashtira matchup, and I only versed 1 Kashtira.
And then like the cash player started playing Lance. So then like we made the concession to put Ash back in the deck because that deck has only 2 unicorn and you just actually have field spells sometimes. That deck just passes.
Ash
Ash is really good.
For the board breakers, we have 3 Dark Rulers. This one was pretty good.
Dark Ruler is phenomenal in purely because you just Zeus the hell out of them or happy the hell out of them.
Burst much stuff that really needed it, but it's just pretty good in general.
It's just like the cleanest way to answer the cash board and the sprite one, especially.
Yeah,
So,
it's just free. It's just free. Then you can make like double the wall with the happies and stuff, and then skip. We have 1 tactics. Initially, we're playing quite a bit, like 3 tactics and thrust and stuff, but we realized that the two situational. Like you have to like bait something, and then if you're under a rise, you don't really want to banish too much stuff. Then use tactics, and then if you verse a good cash player, like
you always shift it.
your tactics there a rise, but there's like you're stuck with the rise. Then you have to burn battle phase to make it into a Zeus. So it's a bit weak, but it was pretty good when we drew it. Starters, 2 Frost. This one's pretty good. Just a nice starter. Dig through for Dark Rulers, dig for cards you need. And we have like
These ones are MVPs. These cards are good.
I didn't have those ones, that's why I lost.
And we have quick play spells. 3 Cosmic and 3 Book. This hits Labby, hits Cash pretty well. Field Spell Burst. Book of Moon bodies the Cash Tiers. Just set 1 pass, can't really do much. And
I mean, the thing is, I'm looking at it and it looks like a really solid deck, right? It has like a lot of room for non-engine. I just don't know if it does enough. But maybe it's just like, maybe the way I'm thinking about it is a little bit off because I'm thinking about it in just like only the board that Purely makes is not enough. But if you pair the standard Purely board with like Ash Cosmic Book or something, then it's probably good enough. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's just fine. But I don't know.
They're both really good going first and second.
No discard engine is interesting as well. Yeah, I guess it's bad into a Rise Art.
And like with playing the Pearlies, you're not really scared of going second or first.
I don't know. I don't really understand this deck to full extent. Like how it can do so well.
Yeah. And then we only have like 6 or 9 monsters, so Princess Bride will do like good stuff. Yeah, that's pretty sick.
It's solid.
Yeah, nice solid. 40 card name. For the extra deck, we had Anima. This one's pretty good. Life Twins have to put their stuff in the Anima zone, so you take them pretty good. This one, Azalea, MST. You use your leftover stuff to make her pop the back row, like pop last interaction, and then you can full combo and just like make tons of shit. For the rank ones, we have Slacker. This one's really good. Plays around Book, plays around Econ, plays around all the shenanigans, and then you just make a 3 material Zeus, priority, Zeus everything, and then Princess Bride, just always good. The rank 1.
The way I see it, maybe this deck is good because its win rate going first is probably not super high, but it's probably also not bad. But then again, if you lose the dice roll and your opponent gets to pick first, your deck is also just relatively solid because you have a good amount of hand traps, a very good amount of non-engine to break boards with, and your engine also becomes a little bit stronger at going second. Maybe it's just good to the point where, yes, you sacrifice some win rate going first compared to, like, let's say Kashtira or a Runic decks. You have a lower win rate going first, 100%. But if you go second, because your opponent wins the dice roll, you're a little bit more resilient to that as well. So maybe that's why this deck is overall okay. I'm not saying you want to go second. I'm just saying it kind of evens out. Your deck is like fine going first. I'm not saying it's terrible. It's just not great. It's okay going first. But then it's consistently able to win going second as well, which removes some variance from the dice rolls.
You want to end on?
Is this list for going first? I assume so because it doesn't have like the really crazy going second cards, right? It doesn't have the lightning storms, duster, evenlies, thrusts, whatever. It only has dark ruler. Everything else is like cosmic book and whatnot are really good going first lists. So I think that's what it is.
Downed Zeus, very obvious. And then we have the cats. 2 beauty, 2 happy. This is by far the MVP. 2 plump, and then 2 noirs. Pretty normal.
Did you need to play a second pump?
Yeah, the second pump comes up like way too much over like any other card you would play. Like a Link Groover or anything, this would just come out way more. Because like you would randomly play into Nib and stuff, and then Then we have the side deck. We have 3 graves.
Thank you.
This one FTK is the branded deck. It's really good going first against Kashtira as well. Usually you have a bit of backup, then you flip it and then have to overextend into XYZ, then you can just deal with the XYZ. It's pretty simple.
I'll say it's cached pretty well.
Yeah, this catch and then this one FTK is the branded. They can't play.
Yeah,
They're just stuck on
Mystic Mine.
Yeah. For some back row hate, we have 2 lightning storms and 1 harpies. Yeah, just pretty classic. They're just being a lot of the back row stuff. Nothing too special.
Labby hate.
And then for
hand traps now.
Our main strategy, we played 3 Nib, 3 Droll, and 3 Ghost Bell. Basically, if you go second, these are probably stronger than any of the board breakers, because if you're able to stop him and Droll's so impactful, Nib is so impactful, and Droll's so impactful against the matchups, like Labyrinth, Kashtira, and Branded, they're just too impactful against them, and they're just better than any board breakers, I think. So like, we don't really want to go in and let them make a full board and try break it piece by piece. But like, usually like 1 Nibiru can just end the Kashtira's turn, 1 Droll can end the Runic's turn, 1 Bill can end the Branded's turn, like stop the Sanctifier. So usually we like just put them all in and like stop their turn. Because breaking the board is sometimes too hard. And like we don't want them to have full combo, draw a few cards and then unable to win.
People are probably going to ask if you always wanted to go first or go second. What did you usually want to do?
I still tended to go first. I was very tempted to go second in a lot of the games, but it was a bit risky. Basically, I really wanted them to win the dice rolls and make the choice for me.
It's the only deck where like you don't care if you win or lose a die roll.
Well, I won too many dice rolls. I won like 6 dice rolls and I lost all my game 1. It's down back.
That makes sense. Story checks out. The deck is really solid at going second. I don't know if you should even. I don't know if you should even go first with this deck, but I guess we can. Speaking of that, we can look at Adrian's list, who I think got top 32 and lost to Mathmic, but may have. Some people are saying he went second. So let's see.
Hi, I'm Adrian Dussen, and this is my purely deck profile from the European Championship 2023 in Utrecht, and have fun. Standard wise, I play 3 Purelies, 3 Pure Lilies, 3 My Friend, 3 Sleepy, 3 Pretty, 3 Happy, best card in the deck, 3 Field Spell, 1 Delicious, and 2 Traps. That's the whole Purely lineup. Field Spell is pretty neat, like
you go first, you go second with 2
basic
traps.
turn 1 will be some rank 2 monster with double Sleepy and 1 trap, and you will draw 4 cards, and in case your Noah will be erased by some sort of
I don't think this is a go second
removal, you get 3 cards back with this card.
I think
you
Jonas
get
lied.
Purely back on your board, so you get extra protection and you get another add back, one of them, like however you feel like. I really like this engine to play this. It's also very good against runic decks or Cash, so I would recommend it to play it again. But the only downside about this card, it's not a starter. So sometimes you just brick because you play way too less cards, which will let you give you additional plays. So you lose sometimes to a single Ash.
Did you miss the 3rd trap?
3rd trap, yeah, sometimes, but it wasn't like mandatory to play it. For the non-engine, I played 3 Thrust, 3 Tactics, best card to draw 2 cards, 3 Ruler, 1 Duster, 2 Weafu. For Weafu target, I have additionally 1 Kurikara and 3 Lava Golems. So
that's cute.
These cards are good against hand traps. Like if you get a hand trap, you can either draw 2 cards or you set the trap. I don't know where it is, this card. So it's fine to play these. And these cards are more like a second. Okay, this card is also really good if you have a play. Because if you use your first quick play spell to summon a Purely, you can use this card to get your next Purely to normal summon it. So you use like, it's like a +1, it's not a +1, it's
Where Arvdo into Kurikara is wild shit, that's true.
the -1 if you activate a quick play spell, because this works like a quick play spell in course of your normal summon. And additionally, you can search this card, which auto wins you against any Kashira deck. Like, you have like these cards, if you draw any of these against Kashira, you automatically win this game. I decided to play so many go second cards because if you are drawing them going first, you just discard them and play your Purely deck, and you just sit on your Noah.
So he is going first, okay.
Overall, I was really happy with the decisions I made in this main deck. Only downside are these 3 cards. I would exchange them for a Pot of Prosperity because I bricked a lot of games today, and these are the most games I lost. I didn't lose because I played bad or something like that. It was just I was unable to complete the game. So this will be changed.
Did Lava Golem conflict often with your normal summon?
Sometimes it did, but I think you have to take the risk at all because this card is so good in so many matchups. It's super generic. For the extra deck, I played 1 Anima, really good cards. 1 Linguribu, never came up, especially against Iple. 1 Moon for skill drain, but never came up. 1 Azealia. This is a really good card. This is incredibly good. Like, you summon any Purely monster, you go into Anima, take something, then you link it to this. pop another card, maybe go into battle phase, destroy another card. Crazy, really crazy. Best guy strike card till now, which is the monster, not the spell. For my XYZs, I played one Princess Pride, one Plum. Sometimes I really wanted to play a second copy of it, but I was able to add another trap card from my deck to the hand, discard it, shuffle it back, but in some games or situations it would be way easier to have just a second copy of it. I played Double Happy, really good cards. It destroys so many opponents. Like I had one game, I bricked, I passed my turn, my opponent played. It was a mirror match, it was really nice. He went onto Noah plus Happy XYZ. It was my turn. I gave him Kurikara and had drawn into one happiness. I OTK'd him. So good. Double Beauty, double Noah, pretty standard, and one double Magician, double Zeus. I never did the second Zeus. I think it's not needed anymore to play two Zeus.
Did you ever make 2 Noah?
A lot of times. Like I had some games I did 3 Noahs. I shuffled it back and summoned it again. For the side deck, I played 3 Ash, 3 Bell, 3 Druidism as hand traps. This card is way better than Magnamut in this deck because you can your opponent Druidism, and you do the same thing with which I explained with Anima and Azalea, and this gets another sand. So I want this card more than Magnamut because this is faster. These are the only hand traps I played. I didn't like Bell. Ash is okay, but these are the cards for Despia because my main deck auto loses against Despia if I don't win with a hero because I don't have any answer to the gimmick puppet lock. So this was fine overall. I played 3 Cyclone mandatory right now in this format. It beats anti-spell, that's enough. And the ultimate rare, and I really like ultimate rares. And for the last 3 cards I played 3 one-offs, 1 evening match to search for Frost, 1 Rystad in case I face Kashira. Like all Kashira players are going to use their Shangri-La and standby phase. You can go tactics take, summon your own Rystad, and you will punish them with the biggest Zeus they ever had. And 1 Herald of Abyss. It was like a last minute decision, just in case I face mirror matches, and this gives you the edge to it.
Okay, I was hoping for a going second list, but I guess going first. Going first purely, I think, looking at how, I think not many people are on that deck right now. I don't see that deck very often, but it's still doing okay. Maybe it's better than I thought it would be. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Cool. And that's Euros. That's Euros this year. I enjoyed it. Once again, huge congratulations to Jessica for winning and to everyone who's going to make it to the TCG World Championship. Speaking of which, this is the format for Worlds. Someone has posted it on my Discord. It's a very helpful image. This is roughly what we're expecting. We can look at that really quick. Skipping my profile set. We've already looked at a Bestial Control and it had Assault Synchron. Yours doesn't have Assault Synchron, so we had to watch the other one. I'm sorry, Henry. Congratulations. World's tier list question mark? We could prepare that. We could rank the World Championship decks for a YouTube video. Yeah, we could do that. I can prepare that for the upcoming days. That sounds like fun. For now, let's just look at it and talk about it a little bit in anticipation of the World Championships. The cool thing is I don't have to hold anything back, any thoughts or whatever, because I'm not gonna be there at the TCG World Championship, so I can just I can just tell you what I think. So this is a list compiling all the current meta decks and what their hits are going to be for the World Championship. Now, in case anyone isn't familiar with how the World Championship works, because the World Championship unites all the players from around the world, like OCG and TCG, into one tournament, of course, they face the problem. They face the problem that we're playing different card pools, different ban lists, and whatever, and we have to find a solution for how they can play the same tournament. So what happens is they just agree that all the cards are legal that both the TCG and the OCG have. And they are combining the ban list in the same way, which means that we always take the smallest common number for a card. Like if a card is banned in the OCG and it's legal here, it's banned at Worlds. If a card is at 1 here and it's at 2 in the OCG, it's at 1 for Worlds. And this is not the full Worlds ban list. This is not the full Worlds ban list. This is the most important things to know for the Worlds ban list. Of course, this is not the entire thing. But it shows like the most popular decks right now and what the restrictions that they face are. Which I think it's funny that Tearlament is basically filling up the entire row here. That's the first thing I noticed is like freaking Tearlaments has like the entire row filled up to the max. But yeah. For branded, we have most of these hits from the OCG. Only 1 Fusion, 1 Opening, 1 Lubellion, 1 Magnamut, no Expulsion, and no Dragoon. Which is pretty significant stuff for branded. Pretty significant hits for branded. But there's that. Purely is hit really hard, which is really sad. Because of what I just explained, they are combining the OCG and the TCG ban list, which means that in the TCG, they limited only Delicious Memory. In the OCG, they only limited Sleepy Memory. So combine that, both of them are limited, which means purely is just kind of shit. Like, you only have 8 memory spells. Your best 2 memories are limited. Purely is just kind of sad. And you only have 1 Zeus on top. Which is, I don't think Purely is playable under these restrictions, but yeah. Sprites, my beloved, we only have 1 Jet, 1 Blue, 1 Starter. No Ronin, no Elf, of course. We've been having that forever. Pure Sprite cannot play under that. Pure Sprite cannot play under those restrictions. Runic Sprite can, in my opinion. Depending on how strong the other competitors are, you could play a Runic Sprite version with those cards. Like, next up is Runic. Runic only has 1 Fountain, which 1 Fountain hurts. For Runic, it definitely hurts. But I think you could do it. I'm not saying I would play it. I'm saying I would at least try it. If I was qualified for TCG Worlds, I would try it. I think it could work. I think it could work because if you set up like if you set up a carrot to stop Cosmic on Fountain, I think it's okay. But yeah, that's Pure Sprite is not playable. I don't think. Kashtira is dead. Thankfully. Fur Hire looks really nice. Fur Hire cards. After playing Runic Fur Hire Sprite, I have gained some respect for the Fur Hire cards. I'm not going to lie. The cards are pretty fire. Donner, Beat, Folgo, Rafale. Those cards are pretty damn strong cards. So I have respect. I have respect for... and Rex as well. Rex is a custom card as well. I have some respect for Fur Hire. I don't know if it's gonna be Runic Fur Hire or if you can do it in other ways, but Fur Hire cards are pretty good. So maybe there's a chance there. Kashtira is dead though. Kashtira is dead because no Fenrir now. That's curtains. Finally, that's curtains. Tearlaments. Funnily enough, Tearlaments with these restrictions is still being played in the OCG, but I don't think. Oh, thank you. I don't think it's gonna be playable at Worlds. I would never. That's all I can say. I think it would be hilarious if some of the OCG players still turned up with Tearlaments, but I don't expect them to. It will be. You underestimate the most recent OCG update banned Fenrir, which means you basically killed the entire Kashtira package from it. And what is the really quick, what is the difference between like the most hold up. Just for context, let me look at the most recent Tearlament deck that won something. The most recent Tearlament deck that won something in the OCG, right? This is this one. Played Fenrir with the field spell for 3 Tearlament's Kashtira, so you don't have Fenrir anymore. You don't have Snow. You obviously don't have Maxi. You don't have Glow Up Bulb. You can't play the Kashtira package at all, so you lose Birth Theos' field spell at all. Also. And you also lose Chaos Ruler. So I think that is enough. I think that's enough to kill that deck. I think losing, like, Chaos Ruler is like your most consistent way to mill in this deck with, like, you know, Diviner, Diviner, Glow Up Bulb. You know, they play Glow Up Bulb and Foolish, I think, just to make Chaos Ruler with, like, the Kashtiras. It's, I don't know, dude. How do Dark Worlds look for Worlds? Let's go top to bottom, but I don't see any hits to Dark Worlds. They are listed here as an alternative. We'll talk about that. But Tearlaments, I personally would not play it. I would not expect Tearlaments at Worlds, but maybe. I'm sure. Okay, so basically, I'm sure that the OCG players, because they've been playing with these restrictions, with a lot of these restrictions, the OCG players have been playing for a long time. So I think they will try it. I think the OCG players know how to play Tearlament really well. So if anyone's going to find a way to make Tearlament work in this format, it's probably going to be the OCG duelists. I'm sure they'll try it. I'm not sure if they will be happy with the result. I personally don't think I would be happy with Tearlaments for this format. Because there is, if you look down here in the full power category, there's a couple decks in here that look pretty strong, right? If I'm comparing this version of Tier to like full power Labyrinth, or even full power Plants or whatever, I think I would be more inclined to pick something else. But yeah. Super Heavy Samurai is curtains. Gone, dead, thankfully. Dragon Link has a lot of small hits, but I could see it. I mean, the TCG basically plays with most of these restrictions already, right? We play with one. We only play one Striker Dragon. We don't have Chaos Ruler. We only play one of the babies anyways. The only thing that we play is we only play we play 3 Magnas and we play 3 Lubellions, right? So we lose those, which hurts. But I don't think that kills Dragon Link. I think you could still play Dragon Link under these restrictions. I mean, you can still. I think you could still find some nice lines with Dragon Link, Rocket Package, Assault Synchron. There's ways. I think it hurts. I'm not saying it doesn't hurt, but I don't think that kills it. There is certain hits on this list, like Super Heavy Samurai, no Scarecrow, one of this, 2 bikes. You look at those hits and you're like, okay, that's dead. But you don't look at these hits and you're like, that's dead. I think you could play this. Flanderies, 1 map, no statue. Technically, if you were just mad enough, there's also only 1 prosperity. There's only 1 prosperity. If you are just completely, I don't know, balls of steel, don't fear bricking at all, I guess you could try it, but yeah. I don't know. I don't think Flunder is going to be consistent enough, but the power level of the deck is not really different. It's just less consistent. And then other relevant cards, of course, no Maxi because it's banned in the OCG, 1 Gamma because it's limited for us, only 2 Shifters, which is somewhat of a big deal depending on the decks that people play, only 2 Shifter because it's semi-limited in the OCG, 2 Engage, which is normal, 2 Lightning Storm, 1 Circular, 2 Teleport only because of OCG, only 1 Prost because of OCG, only 1 Skill Drain because of OCG, no Reboot, no Appointer, no Griffin. No Griffin also because of OCG. So the decks down here, are you allowed to bring TCG exclusive stuff? No. Once again, it's really simple actually. You can only play the cards that are obtainable and legal for both games. You can only play cards that are available for both regions. If a card is legal and released in both regions, you can play it. Isn't Maxi because of TCG? You said OCG? Oh yeah, of course, because of TCG. My bad. I misspoke. Of course, Maxi is banned because it's banned in the TCG. Think of it that way. No one can play any card that they cannot play in their own format. Right? So if you ever ask the question, if can the OCG play Garura? They don't have it, so no. Can we play Maxi? We don't have it, so no. That's the easiest way to think about the world's ban list. It's just the smallest common thingy. Everything we have in common we can play basically. And by common I don't mean the rarity. Please don't ask me that. Cryan, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the primes. Also, X10 Maple, thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you. Full power, essentially, we have Sky Striker, which by full power, they mean it has 2 engages. Everything else is unlimited. Which is... I will say one thing. Because of the 2 combined ban lists, the Worlds format very often ends up having decks with a relatively low power level compared to TCG and OCG. Hornet Drones is also limited. Yeah, Hornet Drones is limited, but that doesn't really matter. The power level is low simply because all the restrictions of both formats apply, right? So like a lot of decks, like Purely, for example, is hit on both ban lists in a different way, so both of those hits apply to Purely, which is painful. That being said, Sky Striker is still relatively fair, but maybe a lower power level at Worlds in general could be beneficial for it. Because, for example, I think if Labyrinth is relatively popular, Sky Striker could be a deck that could be good at beating Labyrinth. I haven't tested that matchup recently, but if Labyrinth doesn't get to Eradicator, I think Sky Striker can probably outgrind it. You might be able to outgrind it. I'm not sure. Maybe not. I don't know. But they can probably set up Eradicator versus you, so. Vanquish Soul is at full power. Now, I will say Vanquish Soul seems okay here in this environment. I mean, Vanquish Soul just really benefits from everyone else being hit, right? You lose Fenrir, which is a big deal. Don't forget that Fenrir is a very, very good card in Vanquish Soul as well. So you lose that. You can play Vanquish Soul without Fenrir, probably. You can probably play it without Fenrir, but I don't know how good it is. Labyrinth, I'm not gonna lie, at this point in time, I would declare Labyrinth the favorite to win the World Championship. At first glance. At first glance, Labyrinth is by far the best deck that hasn't received pretty much any hits. 1 skill drain hurts, but I'm not gonna lie, Labyrinth is very, very powerful, even without skill drain. Like, don't underestimate the grind game that Labyrinth can put up, especially if all the other decks are at a lower power level. So Labyrinth is strong. Labyrinth is strong. Traptrix is at full power, technically. I don't think Traptrix is that great, though. Sword Soul is at full power. Sword Soul is another deck that, in our current format, it is just a little bit too fair. It's a little bit too fair. In the Worlds format, I could see it. Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if some people showed up with Sword Soul and did okay with it. Maybe. I'm not sure if they're going to be winning, but Sword Soul is like relatively balanced and whatever. Isn't Protoss banned? Dude, Protoss is not a Sword Soul card. We've been playing without Protoss for like over a year now. How are there still people in chat who are like, Sword Soul is not full power, it doesn't have Protoss? Can we just have a normal conversation for freaking once? Sword Soul is at full power as we know it, pretty much. And it's fine, I think, for Worlds. Exo Sister is I guess it's here. I don't know if Exo Sister is good here. Probably not still. I don't think it's I don't think so. Like, there's no other deck. Like, Exo Sister has only ever been really good if it's hard countered other decks, I think. Like, Tearlaments. But Tearlaments is not meta for this format, I think. So, I don't know. Apparently, it hard counters Adignisters, I heard. Word on the street is that Exo Sister is really good against Adignisters, especially if they're on 60 card versions. So, maybe Exo Sister can win Worlds if 25 people decide to bring Adignister. And then Plants, which I think it's safe to assume that Jessica is going to bring the Plant deck, because I don't see a reason why not. Everything is legal, right? There's I don't see anything on here. I don't see anything on here that that affects Plants at all. So, if I mean, honestly, if I qualified for Worlds in a year where the deck that I have been basically one-tricking for like 2 years is completely untouched, I'd feel pretty good about that. Jonas is saying Plants loses some good matchups though. Fair enough. Fair enough. It depends what the form. Like, basically the question is, it's not always about the deck in a vacuum still works the best way. Like, you know, the deck might still work exactly the same way, but if the format changes, if the environment changes, it could mean that the deck isn't as good anymore, which could be the case for Rika. It could also be the case for Labyrinth, right? If Labyrinth is pretty much untouched here, so you would think, oh, that makes it automatically strong. But then if everyone expects Labyrinth and is playing decks that are good against Labyrinth or have like back row removal, then Labyrinth isn't that great. Like, for example, if people play a lot of Sword Soul, I don't know if Labyrinth is that great against Sword Soul, because it's like, it's got Vishuda to out back row. Sword Soul can play very flexibly with like Ash, Bell, Cosmics and whatnot. If that's the format, then Labyrinth probably doesn't do that well, right? Out of these decks here in the full power category, I think Labyrinth, Sword Soul, and Plants are the best 3 out of these. Vanquish Soul I have some hope for. The other ones I don't think are that great. And then other decks that are like worth mentioning, Scareclaw, Manadome. Scareclaw and Manadome, I could see that. I could see Scareclaw Manadome stuff being okay for sure. Maybe, because it's like a combo pile that doesn't have to worry about Maxi now. I could see it. Tri Brigade is also here. I think it's worth mentioning. Tri Brigade has been an insanely consistent pick in recent years. Maybe it's all right. I don't think it's up there, but it's worth mentioning. The same is true for Punk Engine. You lose teleport. You only have 2 teleports, but Punk Engine is worth mentioning. Marincess is maybe okay. I mean, Herman did well with Marincess in Euros format, so maybe it's okay. Furhire, like I said, I've gained a lot of respect for the Furhire cards ever since I've played Furhire Runic. I think the Furhire cards have potential. I don't know if someone is going to find something with it, but if I was qualified for TCG Worlds, I would definitely look at Furhire, for sure. Eldritch, I don't think is a better... I think if you think that trap decks are a good call, you just go Labyrinth. I don't see a reason to go Eldritch at all. I really don't think so. Dark World, I think, has caught my eye for a couple reasons. The first thing is it's pretty much unhit. It's pretty much unhit completely. Shifter is semi-limited. Magnamut is limited. Baldrake and Druid's Worm are limited. So like a lot of the Bestials and Shifter are limited or semi-limited. And the deck is pretty much full power. And on top of that, Kashtira is dead. And I think Dark World has a very good Labyrinth matchup. Because you just don't really care about the back row. You just keep discarding for dangers, discarding Grapha, pop their shit, summon back Grapha, bounce Grapha, discard it again, pop their shit. I think the Labyrinth matchup against Dark World is not very easy. Going second, you lose for sure. And even if Labyrinth gets to go first, I don't think Dark World is easy. Yeah. I'm calling this right now. Everyone will main deck Droll. I mean, that depends what you're expecting, but Droll is not very good against Labyrinth, for example. Droll is not very good against Labyrinth. Droll is not that great against Sword Soul. It's okay, maybe. It's good against... Is it good against plants? There are floodgates to prevent it? Yeah, but if your matchup is not very good, you're probably losing game one, and then you can only really have floodgates in one game. Like, you still have to go second after siding once if you lose game one, so... Droll is good into Rika, but they can play around it, yeah. I mean... From my standpoint right now, I would have a tough time deciding on main deck Droll, because I'm seeing a lot of decks here that I could definitely see other people bringing that aren't as weak to Droll and Lockbird, right? Like, Droll and Lockbird, out of these decks that I think are viable, Droll and Lockbird seems okay into Dragon Link, or good into Dragon Link. Bad into Lab, okay into Vanquish Soul. Not great into this, not great into this, not great into this, good into that. So it seems like a very only okay-ish choice. So, yeah. And then down here, we have straight up a lot of rogue stuff. I don't know if any of this is... I mean, Plunder could be okay, but, like, the problem for Plunder is that Plunder has two popular versions. It's like Plunder Adventure or Plunder Runic, and both are hit, right? The Runic engine is hit, and the Adventure engine is also hit, so I don't know if Plunder is great. Life Twins without Runic sprites... Satellars, Crystal Beast, Dinomorbia. What is that? Raid Raptors, Virtual World. I don't think... The stuff down here is more of a stretch. But like Dark World, Furhire, Marin Says, Punk, Tri-Brigade, Manadome. I wouldn't be surprised if someone came up with a cool version of those decks. Yeah. Format's looking interesting for TCG Worlds. Oh, yeah. They should have let the Earth Machine guy go to Worlds. Oh, yeah, they just look at his deck list and yeah, you lost, but I liked what you did, so go ahead. Is Duelist Nexus legal for Worlds? So I was talking to Christian yesterday about this. And the thing is, people in chat are saying it's not. It does release... It does release July 28th. So I thought it would be, but then it says in Chinese, it says August 19. Maybe that's why? It's not legal? Okay, I believe you. I'm just saying I was wondering because it releases like 10 days before. So I believe what you're saying. I'm just saying I wondered about that. Apparently it's not legal. Apparently it's not legal. Heroes for Worlds? I mean, technically full power? Technically full power, I guess. I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know if you would, but... I guess. One Fusion Destiny? Yeah, but I think that's manageable for hero decks. Okay. Chat, my food is about to get cold, so let's quickly pick out a React Andy for today so I can have my food. And then, with all these things being said, after lunch, we're gonna move on from the TCG and we're gonna start looking at the Master Duel format, because there is a couple things that happened in Master Duel, there's a couple things that got announced, and I'm personally more interested in the Master Duel World Championship anyways, because I'm gonna be playing it. So I wanna basically start looking into the Master Duel format as well. Can you watch the Edison deck that went 10-1 in Utrecht? I've already seen it, so it wouldn't be like a blind reaction. I was... So we have two options, chat. This one was suggested, and people said it was an interesting discussion about archetype hand traps, or we watch this, which is the GDC 20 lessons from Magic the Gathering game development. That sounds interesting too. Or we keep watching... We could also keep watching the what's it called? The 7 deadly sins of the TCGs. That's what I'm kind of in between right now. We can poll it. We can poll it. Yeah, no problem. Hold up. Because I'm up for all of them. I will poll it. We are at the democratic stream today. Because I don't have a preference personally. What watch? Archetype hand trap rand, Magic developer talk, or 7 deadly sins of TCG. Bop. Poll is up and running. Cast your votes now, and don't complain later if you didn't vote. Can we add Rika gameplay to the poll? No. No, we can't. Thank you for the bits, Icopium. All right. Oh, not even close. Kind of close. 7 deadly sins wins. All right. This shall be the lunch break for today. In case you didn't see me reacting to the first two, I recommend checking out the playlist. It was a very cool series so far. It's basically talking about game design and card games in general, and what discussing different aspects of game design and what's good and what's bad for a card game, which I thought was enjoyable. The first two, and the third deadly sin is apparently unmixable attributes. Or did we watch that already? No, we saw that already. Hold up. We are at number 5 already. Licensing. Okay. Ooh, that's a topic for Yu-Gi-Oh as well. That's a topic for Yu-Gi-Oh as well. Licensing, that... Ooh, okay.
Most trading card games last only 2 years. Time and time again, we see them make the same mistakes and crumble for the same reason. Falling victim to the 7 deadly sins of trading card games. Like a video game that's been based on a movie, a trading card game based on a movie tends to suck. They tend to suck largely because they are put together on a rushed development cycle, strangled by tons of bureaucratic red tape, using incomplete...
Chat. Just because when he said that, I thought of something. When there's like let's say there's a board game coming out that's based on a movie or something, are you guys more inclined to buy it or less inclined? Because I've been arguing about that with my fiance a couple times, because I hate when they do that. And she's like, oh, the board game from that thingy, let's try it. I like that show, or I like that movie. Let's try the board game. I'm like, dude, no, they're just doing that to make money. It's not a good. They're probably not well designed. They're just slapping the slapping the thingy on it. The what's it called? The brand, just to sell it, right? We've always been very different about that. Fortnite Monopoly goes hard though. See, I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know if that can even be remotely true.
Information, not a lot of resources, and a ton of gimmicky mechanics made due to crunch. The end. Okay, let's talk about licensing. So, just to put this dog to bed once and for all, there have been trading card games
I still have not recovered from seeing this Austin Powers card game for the first time.
based on movies, most of which appeared during the big Pokemon Yu-Gi-Oh! Era surge of them back at the turn of the millennium, and most of them are just as shovelware as the video games made for the same impulse cash-in incentive. But here's the thing, by their very natures, movies and trading card games are incompatible. A TCG, CCG, LCG, whatever, is supposed to be a lifestyle commitment, something that is maintained for a long time with regular updates and content. Movies, however, are a flash in the pan. They come out, people watch them, and then life goes on. Even if a movie keeps getting talked about for years afterwards, it's quite unlikely that the people talking about it would be enough to maintain a card game. They just don't provide enough content. Good luck squeezing a 300 card set out of a 90-minute movie. If you really, really want to make a card game based on a movie, you're better off making a self-contained, one-and-done game that matches the flash-in-the-pan lifespan of the films themselves.
Nothing in the world would ever get me to play Frozen 2 Monopoly. Monopoly is one of the worst games I've ever played, dude. I hate Monopoly. You will not change my mind. I'll die on that hill. Monopoly is garbage.
Sin, but I figured rather than just leaving it there, we might as well take the opportunity to talk about licensing. Licensing, when talking about entertainment products, is the process through which a brand sells the rights to use their intellectual property to another company, allowing them to use assets.
Least-based Josh, like, dude, Monopoly is like fun for 30 minutes, and then you know who's already won. Because at some point in Monopoly, the rich only get richer, dude. It's like the game is over after 30 minutes, but you have to sit there and watch one person have fun and literally collect all the money from the other people until it's over, until it's finally over. And then there's like 1,000 different ways to keep it going longer, because you can, like, when you go broke, you don't just go broke. You can even turn over your freaking houses to survive, and then it just becomes even more miserable after that. And then what's it called? And it's like watching your opponent pull off like a 15-minute combo, and you already know you've lost the game, but you're not allowed to surrender for some reason. It's just miserable, dude. And I told that to my fiance. I was like, I don't want to play Monopoly, but she's like, yo, let's play once. And I was like, okay, let's play once. And it was exactly like that. The problem is I lost that time we played, and now every time I say I hate Monopoly, she plays the, oh, you only hate it because you lost card. And it's just, I'm so mad that if I could choose one game in my life that I could win instead of losing it, I wouldn't pick my YCS final against Billy. I wouldn't pick my YCS final against Pascal Kim. I'd pick my freaking Monopoly game against my fiance, so she would have to stop saying that I only don't like Monopoly because I lost.
Designs, characters, and other copyrighted materials for things like merchandise, clothing, toys, and other things, usually for a fee, a proceed of the profits, or both. There are certainly benefits to licensing. As I've detailed in some of my other videos, a recognizable brand is a great way to catch attention and get your foot in the door. The licensor will frequently share their pool of stock assets to give your product an instantaneous set of design resources, and proper leveraging of fan feedback can allow you to create something that resonates with a community that already exists. If you make your own original creative concept without any licensing, while you would have full control over your own game, you'd still be fighting to be noticed against the huge flood of other games doing the exact same thing, which can be hard if you lack real punch and drive with your concept and your promotion. If you're somebody whose creativity manifests at a technical level rather than an artistic one, who makes systems rather than worlds, plugging a license into your creation can fill the gap in that part of your design. But keep in mind that it is a trade-off. Licensing a brand's intellectual property doesn't tend to give you free reign to do with it as you please. These license holders have an image to uphold, and any ideas you come up with have to be run by them before you can move ahead to make sure it adheres to that image. No Star Wars licensors.
I mean, I can't even think of a card game that isn't based on a license that's doing really well. I mean, Magic is not based on a license, but they worked like hard for that, and they were like kind of the first to do it, which is why it works. Yu-Gi-Oh? No, Yu-Gi-Oh is based on a license. What do you mean? There was a show before Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh yeah, Flesh and Blood. Flesh and Blood. Pokemon? How are you saying Pokemon, chat? How are you thinking that Pokemon is not based on license? What?
It's gonna let you move forward with a card depicting Luke Skywalker blasting a hole through somebody, even though that actually happened at some point. Licensors want control over how their brand appears in the broader market, and some can be more onerous than others, especially the bigger the brand gets. And of course, that's sort of...
So what I was saying was, I think it's really hard to gain traction, to make a card game popular without having a franchise in the back that drives people's interest towards the game, right? Oh, it's been done before, it's been tried before, but I think the only ones that have really succeeded are probably the people of Magic. Because while Flesh and Blood exists, I wouldn't say that it's lived for long enough to really call it a success yet.
Damocles always hanging over your head, the licensing fees. If your game is only kinda successful, you're at serious risk of the licensing costs devouring your profits, and your margin for error is remarkably slim. Which, by the way, is a problem that a lot of the most popular games based on brands don't tend to have because they're made by the same companies that own the property rights. Kind of unfair when you think about it. Still, it's far from impossible. A lot of popular and memorable games got good runs despite being made third-party. Who knows, you might totally hit it off with a licensor who shares your vision of what the brand is about and come up with some really cool stuff. And some people have. A lot of them even made it despite using stock assets. Ah, good time to talk about this. A few of my viewers have questioned why using screenshots for card art wasn't put onto the sin list. Well, that's because it isn't. I mean, sure, if the screenshots are low-quality garbage, that will always hurt a game. But bad visual design tends to harm a game no matter where it comes from. In fact, plenty of games have used stock assets, even screenshots, just fine with great success.
Hey, it's the latest collection of now, and that's what I call stock assets. All of your favorite games that use artwork that wasn't specifically created for them. Screenshots, character models, and all the stuff you love now in one fantastic little package.
I mean, sure, it's always great to see custom artwork for a card game based on a series you love, but don't quash the benefits of using stuff that already exists. Stock assets provided by the license holder are one less thing you have to run through their bureaucracy, and they already look good.
Okay, I never knew this was a topic, but I feel like... Okay, my take is the following. if it's just anime pictures or images that appear in the anime, why the hell is that a problem? It can still look cool. What do you mean?
Without having to shell out cash to an artist. Still, it's very easy to do it wrong. Meta X, a now dead game that... Sheesh. This game has a ton of stock assets and clashing art styles that look less like they carefully picked through a library of assets and more like they skimmed through a Google image search. You've got cards with art like this mixed with cards that look like this. The images are poorly sized to fit into the card, they all use the same weird swooshy background that creates an uncanny effect. It's just a mess. Compared to a more fondly remembered comic book card game, Versus System, where each asset, no matter the art style, is bound within a box and frame, allowing the art style to exist in its own little universe. Versus System is kind of a neat game. It was like the only real Marvel vs. DC series, and it actually had crossover as a game mechanic. I've even seen a neat little trick in the lesser-known Marvel Ultimate Battles game where the important hero cards are modeled after comic book covers. Now that would be neat. Imagine a DC or Marvel game where the cards were designed to look like comic book covers, with cards based on vintage issues having what looks like tattered and damaged edges around the border. Granted, Meta X ran into the unique problem of using superhero assets, which often have a variety of styles between various mediums, versus things like anime or video games, which tend to be a lot more strict about being on model, but the layout they wound up using was still not flattering to the assets they were given. Meta X in general is tied to a rise in what I call...
I think that was mostly an issue of them mixing art styles. That can sometimes be a problem. Although Pokemon does that, right? Pokemon has mixing art styles because they have different artists, right? But at least there, it's like, it feels more like they're putting effort into it because they are all, you know, hand-drawn.
For licensed games, where a game licenses a ton of properties, usually for the duration of one set, to snap at something popular without it dominating their entire design. Sometimes they take hold, like UFS or Weiss Schwarz. Other times, they do not.
We have mixing art style? We do, but for Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like, the picture on the card is, compared to some of these cards, especially the one on the left here, the card art takes up a little bit less space in a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It's like less than half of the height of Yu-Gi-Oh card is the actual artwork, which means that even if cards look wildly different in their artworks, they are still very, very easily identified as a Yu-Gi-Oh card. They all feel like Yu-Gi-Oh cards because like 70% or 60% of the card is still the same layout exactly, right?
Whatever you're doing, however, the licenses you pick need to fit. UFS and Exceed, for example, are 1v1 fighting games, so they tend to license brands known for one-on-one fights, like Street Fighter or Shovel Knight. This would probably not be a good game to license Murder, She Wrote for. But back to what we were discussing before, I'm sure a lot of you have noticed a trend in all of the licensed brands that have had these sorts of successful card games. They are all part of an ongoing series. Now, an ongoing series that produces more content to be consumed is also producing more content to be turned into game components, while also running alongside your game as a way to keep fans invested. These are the bread and butter of licensed trading card games, franchises with a reliable source of continuous content. TV shows, online games, or linear long-running stories have been the catalyst for many a successful game. Ongoing series? Wait, aren't there like movies that are part of an ongoing series? Wait a minute, why didn't I see it before? Clearly, we need to be making a trading card game based on... Yeah, there we go! Sure, it started as a movie, but Star Wars is the perfect candidate to get a trading card game. It's got a ton of lore, awesome characters, epic technology, a massive expanded universe, and it can't maintain a card game to save its life. Yeah, no joke.
I could see Star Wars having a successful card game if they seriously tried, if the game was actually good. I could see that.
There have been many, many attempts to try to get a Star Wars trading card game off the ground.
There?
At least 6 attempts to be precise.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yes, I know I'm holding on to 8 cards here. Just give me a minute. First, we got the Magic the Gathering piggyback game Star Wars The CCG, which came out in '95, followed by Young Jedi in 1999 to tie into Phantom Menace, Star Wars The TCG, which released in 2004, Star Wars Pocket Model TCG in 2007, Star Clone Wars Adventure Wars in 2011, and finally Star
Clone Wars No, it's Star Wars Clone Wars. Okay.
Destiny in 2016. And that doesn't even count all the miniatures games that include cards as part of their gameplay. Star Wars has chewed up and spit out, on average, a different game every 4 to 5 years. Some die pretty quickly, some last a few years, some even overlap with other games, like the original CCG, which actually managed to crawl its way into 2001 before finally closing.
But why does it seem so hard to keep a Star Wars game steady? Well, now that I think about it, it's actually kinda hard to pin down what Star Wars really is.
Is it a series for adults or for children? Is it made for longtime fans or newcomers? Is the best part the lore, the action, the tech, or the characters? Is it a story about the duality between good and evil, or a simple conflict of right and wrong? Is the Y-Wing the greatest vehicle in the series? Yes. The answer to that last one is yes. I mean, I get it. The duality between good and evil is a huge part of Star Wars, but that doesn't tend to manifest as a great game mechanic. It's just that basically all of these games use it.
This one does it, and this one does it, and this one does it, and this one is just rock, paper, scissors, insta-win garbage.
Part of the fun of licensed TCGs is exploring unlikely scenarios. I mean, who's to say that Luke Skywalker and IG-88 would never team up?
My one true pairing. And it doesn't help that the people in charge of the brand seem to have no idea how to handle it. Don't ascribe any subtext to that. I mean those words exactly. I mean, the people in charge of the brand didn't think it would be a good idea to have some Baby Yoda merchandise lying around in time for the launch of The Mandalorian. That's what I mean.
So, let's take a look at the most recent one, Star Wars Destiny by Fantasy Flight Games. This is a game where the sequence of your turn is dictated by the roll of your character dice, with more cards adding additional dice to your dice pool. It uses a straightforward color mechanic similar to the one used in Bakugan, where you can only add cards of a certain color to your deck if you have a character of the matching color. The colors are simple red, blue, and yellow for military, Jedi, and scoundrel cards respectively. It was well received and looked to be the Star Wars game that could finally break the curse by properly divvying the sorts of things people like, whether it be the lore of the Jedi universe, the awesome tech of the various factions, or the defiant spirit of the space outlaws. However, despite its good reception, the game got canned earlier this year, even before the situation took hold. So, what happened? Well, there was a big flaw in the rules where, again, you have to either build a good aligned or evil aligned deck, no mixing. Hello again. After a 3-year run, they introduced set rotation out of the blue and were actually getting ready to do another round of it less than 2 weeks before cancellation. That's another one. And on top of that, the game was plagued by irregular release dates and distribution. Yeah, not really sure what to say about that one. And all of these problems were no doubt made worse by whatever crazy licensing fee Disney was charging at the time. I mean, the game was doing real well.
Star Wars license is probably hella expensive.
But because it wasn't doing absolutely amazing, it was dropped. See what I mean by smaller margins for error? I mean, it doesn't help that Fantasy Flight makes their card games a little board gamey for my taste, but different video. Odds are good we're not going to get a stable Star Wars card game unless Disney themselves bankroll one the way Pokemon and Bandai do theirs, but that's about as likely as another Marvel/DC crossover at this point.
So yeah, licensing...
Wait, is it that unlikely? Because like Disney has... Aren't they now doing a card game? Isn't that Disney? Lorcana or whatever it's called?
Brand for your game can be a blessing or a curse, and the costs of that can be the difference between victory and defeat. I must emphasize, however, unless you have been hired by the license...
They said no Star Wars in Lorcana? Yeah, but like, what I mean is, if... I don't remember the last time... Has there even been a last time where Disney tried to seriously make a trading card game? Because there's like a... I mean, Disney is surely among the companies that could pull it off. Because Disney has some of the best freaking the biggest franchises. Among Us? I mean, yeah, but Among Us was always going to be a meme, right? No shot Among Us was going to be a serious trading card game. Was there a Among Us trading card game? Arctic Suplex, thank you for the 5 months, and Dark Magician D, thank you for the 6 months as well, and the nice words, appreciate that.
Holder, or you own the IP yourself, you should probably not design your game with a specific franchise in mind. I mean, there's nothing wrong with using them for inspiration, but by the time you have your game ready, everything that might have belonged to another franchise should be swapped out for something that belongs directly to you, so that you can have a full product that you can sell first, and then maybe approach the license holder to ask if it might be a good fit. But in the end, it's usually better to count on yourself. Keep that in mind.
Alright. I like these. They always spark some nice discussion. But I have finished my food, so we can move on with the stream and watch some of the other stuff whenever. Okay, let me quickly adjust the stream title and the category, because we will be talking some Master Duel now. We will be talking some Master Duel now. Master Duel, okay. Music can come back. Alright, here we are. Here we are, of course. Nice recap of Euros. If you missed it, we're gonna be moving on with Master Duel now, but if you've missed the Euros recap, I highly recommend, as always, check out just type !YouTube and subscribe to the channels that you're being presented with, because there's a channel for all the VODs, and there's also a channel for all the stream highlights, so go ahead and do me a favor and subscribe to those if you don't want to miss out on any of the stream content, in case you ever can't make it to a stream. But as you guys know, hopefully, if you were here at the time, I qualified for the Master Duel World Championship. And the Master Duel World Championship is happening in 4.5 weeks. It is the August 5th and August 6th. That is the Master Duel World Championship date. So I will have to get ready for that. So in the upcoming 4 weeks or so, we're still going to talk about TCG related stuff every once in a while, but for the most part, we're going to focus on the Master Duel format. We're going to test different decks and whatnot. Of course, as always, my final preparation is going to be with my teammates and everything. I'm not going to show what I'm going to be playing on stream, of course, but just to get familiar with all the decks and whatnot is something that we will all do on stream, of course. It's kind of going to be a very Master Duel heavy month, but I'm sure you guys can understand. I'm sure you guys can understand why I would be more inclined to play Master Duel in this month. So yeah. The thing is, the only thing that is a little bit weird about currently preparing for Master Duel Worlds is that we don't fully know the format yet. We don't know the format in its entirety because there is still one more selection pack coming. Which we don't know exactly what's in there yet. And there is this new Forbidden and Limited List update, which I guess we can talk about really quickly. Now, I am not sure if this is a real Forbidden and Limited List update or if it's more a just, you know how they do ban lists? And they also do adjustments for when they are releasing a new set. It could be this, right? It's just an emergency ban list. It's a preemptive hit. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to, because this ban list is really kind of a no, like it doesn't really change much. Because what they did is they banned Silva and they banned Branded Expulsion, which, don't get me wrong, I think both of those hits are actually quite good. I think both of those are actually quite good hits because those are problematic cards that do deserve to be banned. But of course, there's a lot of stuff in the format right now that would deserve a hit more than these two. So what I've heard, and I don't know if anyone has real information on this, but what I have heard is that this is only like a emergency patch note kind of ban list, and that we could still get the real ban list for this month in the upcoming weeks. I don't know, because I think, let me boot up Master Duel. I might even have to do an update, but let me boot up Master Duel real quick. There should be one for the end of the month, like usual. What does this mean? Okay. Upcoming Forbidden and Limited list updates. We have compiled the trends and results of decks used in ranked duels and events, and will limit cards and decks with outstandingly high usage and win rates in line with their impact on the metagame. The changes made to the list reflect our aims of preventing decks from being too difficult to counter and ensuring the game's tactical element is not compromised by overly short duels. Okay. I guess. Fair enough. I'm sure Silva had outstandingly high usage. We also have to... Wait, I don't even have the gold pass yet. How much is it? 700? I don't have 700. Yeah, I need to get more. Okay. As you can tell, I haven't played as much Master Duel recently because of German nationals and the European Championship. So I'm in gold. I'm in gold rank. So we need to do some work. We need to do some work here. One more thing I wanted to check though, because okay, so this selection pack only lasts 8 more days. Is this when we get the new selection pack as well? Probably, right? Probably. Okay. And this is also... Didn't it say... It said the other one is on the 13th, right? Which is also in 8 days. The ban list. So the new selection pack and the ban list are in effect at the same time. Right? So... That should... I mean, that makes it likely that these adjustments on the ban list are just because of the new selection pack. So I'm assuming we get the new Dark World support in that selection pack as well. But we can't play it with Silva. Which means, I think on the flip side, that means we could technically still get another ban list. The question is, do we get that one in time? Okay, so... I have a lot of decks here that I need to clean up a little bit. Let me just clean this up for this month's. Hold up. Even still, the tier limit decks from like way back in the day. Top button to delete faster? Wait, oh. Up, 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 up. All right, clean sheet. Clean sheet. Everything is deleted. Okay, so the new pack isn't out yet. And the new ban list is also not in effect yet. So what would we currently what is like good in ladder right now? I don't even know. I haven't played Master Duel in so long. I don't even know what's like popular right now. Branded is very popular, really. So the Master Duel meta tier list has Tierlements and Sprite at tier 1. That didn't really change. Show us? I mean, okay, I guess. Hold up. So this is the Master Duel meta tier list. I don't know how accurate this is, but it's like it has Tierlement and Sprite on tier 1. Tier 2 is Sword Soul. And then at tier 3 it says Branded Despia, Dragon Link, Branded Tier, Exo Sister, Carrick. Let's just play some Sprite. Let's just play some Sprites to begin with. Some nice little Melfies, I think. It's based on tournaments, and 3 different Karakuris have topped recently. Well, that's crazy. This mantle extra brandish. Oh, you're right. Hold up. I have an extra branded fusion. What else got hit? What else was hit? Swap Frog? Empen? I don't know if I have Empens. Do I have Empens? Oh, I have Empens. Why do I have Empens? Kind of sus. Oh, we played Flunder once. Terraforming? Oh, I still have Terraforming. Forbidden. Oh, no, I don't. Where did my Terraforming go? Did I never have Terraforming? Surely I had Terraforming. Eradicator. Aluber. Oh, I don't get bonus for Aluber anymore. I think I missed the memo on that. Blue. No. This one. Okay. All right. Is Melfi Wally bad in this deck? Which one was Melfi Wally again? The one that summons 2 from the deck? It just requires you to play too many Melfis. I don't think it's great. Might be worth playing Crossout. This is gold. Play something faster to win. I think Sprite is pretty fast. I mean, I don't understand what you're saying. What do we summon off of Gigantic in this version? We don't have anything. We can play the Prosp. Oh yeah, the frogs. I keep forgetting about my boys. This Imperm seems fine. Oh yeah, I liked using more. I think I liked using more reds and carrots at some point. Bestials. We could do that. Bestials help you get into. Well, okay. Downard, Zeus. We can play a Talons for cross out as well. We can do this. Because then we can cross out Talons in case they use it to break our board. I like that. I am a fan of Phoenix with... Oh yeah, Arclight, of course. And this thing, maybe. Oh, Onibimaru. True. Fluxcap, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. What do you think of Virus Swordsman to out Baguska? I think we've been playing that in the past. Yeah, you could do that. Maybe you should. Do they provide an account with all the cards unlocked for Worlds? I don't know that. I don't know the we haven't had the briefing on that type of stuff yet. Uh-oh. We lost the coin flip. And they made us go first. Welcome back to Master Duel. Is what they just said. Okay, well. How do they do it for Duel Links? I would have to ask. I have never participated in Duel Links. I know some people that have participated. In Duel Links, so... Yeah, I could find out. Ashes Magnamut. Okay. Okay. I wanted to bounce Magnamoot back to my hand with Swap Frog. I can still do that, but I don't have the sprites, so I don't think we will. We're still making Sprint. Maybe I shouldn't. Because I drew 2 beavers, we can only summon 1 here. But it gets the Angler out of the deck. Star World? No. Send blue, revive it with elf? You could, dude. That's what I was thinking about. Like sending swap or blue, but I think it's okay. We just deck thin here. The thing is, we don't have to make the Melfi XYZ because we drew Caddy as well. No for hire gaming is a little sad. Yeah, I just don't think Fur Hire is that great for Worlds because Maxi's in the game, and Fur Hire is kind of just something I was playing for, more for fun. Sprite seems strong for us. Sprite is good. For sure. The only problem I have with Sprite is that it's one of those decks that it does have to win the Maxi minigame. If it doesn't win the Maxi minigame, it's a problem. I think we just activate start. I think it's always carrot. What about double cross? I don't think Sprite needs double cross in Master Duel. I think you are good enough going first. I don't think you need it. We got the most important deck profile from Euros. Is it the MathMech deck profile? It's the MathMech deck profile. Okay. You know what? Uh-oh. I'll update the sub goal. If we hit the sub goal today, we'll watch the MathMech deck profile, okay? And we will enjoy it a lot. There you go. If we hit that number, I'm willing to watch the MathMech deck profile. Perfect. Wait, they attributed Gigantic Sprite. Why did I do that? I didn't even realize that. Not my Gigantic Sprite. That's great. Caitlin, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. You really want to see me watch that? I see. You go ahead. Oh, nah, the Mech Knights. Now we have 2 in the same column. All right, a few things will happen now. Penny F. Can't we just IP to fix that? We could theoretically IP, but like, we could, yeah, we can. Hold up. No, we can't. Can we? Oh, yeah, we can. Hold up. Jet. Chain IP. Here. Here. And now the Mech Knight is dead. But they can just set a spell. No! Oh, I can't even max C because of my Herald. Oh, Blue Sky. Wait, they took Purple Nightfall, though. I'm negating Blue Sky. Yeah. Because that also means I can max C now. Hello. I don't care about that. I don't think we need that Ash, to be honest with you, but it helps. Elf Iron, thank you for the 2 months. What does that do again? Add a World Legacy card from your deck to your hand. Okay. 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 Mm. Could just unicorn the last one before playing into it. Bye bye. Why are we in gold? What is it? Gold, plat, diamond, master? There's a long way to go. I will do that. It's fine. Can I stop drawing multiple beavers? That'd be kind of cool. I'd really prefer that. Sword Soul is faster? Sword Soul is probably fast. Fair. I feel that. I feel that. Remember, you can double click to select stuff now. Yeah, I've been trying to get used to that. This hand is more like it. I like this hand. This hand's acceptable. Uh-oh. I'm hashing. All right, at this rate, we'll be done soon. Oh my god, okay. This is a hand. This classifies as a hand, I think. This absolutely classifies as a hand of all time. This hand's fine. Bouncing Magnus, very tempting here. We could also bounce Maxi. But then I don't have the sprites. I don't like that. Give me that. Back, please. We will play into Nib here. Either way. Could bounce Beaver for an extra body. See, I don't think we need that extra body, though. I think we have enough bodies. Do we just not care about Nib? Let's just ignore Nib. Nib's not a card. We have like infinite bodies. This hand does everything. We might not even have to use like our Ronin Totems. Hold up. Elf. Yeah. Wait. Elf. I've been playing Nib instead of Max C because I've been tired of my opponents negating Max C. I see. Why not get Smashers? I want red. I like red negate. I don't think Smashers is that great, but you could. I don't think it'd be wrong to do that. This. Yeah, I have not normal summoned, but we will not need to. We will make... Yeah, we don't have to use the second Ronin revive. We can keep it for next turn. Fair. The hell is going on? What the hell is happening? Tucker Giga Chat. We need to get out of gold as soon as possible. Bro, that's what we're gold 4? Oh, man. Oh, I can get the dual pass now. I can get the dual pass now. Check deck? Why would you want to see that deck? Pop. Alright, we're definitely... Ooh. That's kind of cool. Ooh. That's nice. What about running shifters? I don't like shifter now in Master Duel because we have sprint now, and it doesn't feel like tier limit is even that popular. At least where I'm at right now. Alright, they made me start again, but I don't know if that means anything in gold. Oh, okay. We're zooming. The best possible practice for Worlds, I could imagine. It can't be better. I'm sure that's gonna work the same way in Worlds, right? If I activate Lubellion, they just scoop. Ooh, this hand's kind of cringe. What are your thoughts on Eteria Runic? It's okay. It's probably decent in Master Duel. It's just the Runic decks, in some ways, they are okay against Maxi because you can always just... Your first special summon is usually Hugin to get Fountain. But still, under Maxi, you really can't, like, unleash the full potential of your deck. When will you play the Master Duel tournament? Master Duel Worlds is in 4.5 weeks. It's still quite a while to go. There's like new set releases and everything, so not too worried about it yet, but still I want to start, you know, thinking about it and preparing as soon as I can. What's the purpose of Bestials? In this particular deck, I'm a fan of Lubellion specifically because of exactly what we just did in this game. I like the fact that you can just use Lubellion to search Magnamut as a free 2500 special summon body. And you can just make combo happen with sprint with any level 2. Like red plus Lubellion is sprite combo, which I think is just nice. Ooh, we have red in the graveyard as well. That's nice. We can bring back red on their turn. Novaruma, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. And you're welcome. We will not have IP. Unless... Do you play the Frog Engine? I do play the Frog Engine, yeah. So we have we have a couple options. We can make IP with Melfi and Gigantic. I don't know if I like that, because it kind of kills the follow-up too. We will have follow-up though, probably. But I would like to keep the Melfi interruption. We could also make it with Carrot. No, I think we just leave it like this. I think it's fine. We can just Elf Revive. We Elf Revive Red. And then we're chilling. LED Ace, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the continued support. Appreciate that. It's also gold. It is also gold, yeah. Gigantic on the board, if it survives, just means we can kill for sure. Dragon Tooth, thank you for the 6 months. Oh, it's Rose. Ah. Sleepy, thank you for the 3 months. Do we hate Loki now? We hated Loki since German Nationals, don't you remember? We've been hating on Loki before it was cool. Slash draw flashbacks? Oh, we're not losing to Slash draw this time. We're not losing to Slash draw this time, chat. No way. There's no way in the world we're losing to Slash draw this time. Alright, now we bounce. Now we are out of here. What do they have? Widow? Like, it can't be Widow Anchor. It's... So that's a Shark Cannon in my Imperm column. When I didn't even try to interact with my graveyard. Which is a... interesting yet questionable decision. Let's say like that. Yes. I shall allow it. Because I do not care if you banish my Sprite Blue from the graveyard right now. Let's go Penny. Trigger Melfi to stop Shizuku. A Eagle Booster has been used. No. No. No, I don't want that. Thank you. Yes, destroy it. Use Penny. I could honestly just make this to get rid of the Shizuku now. They've normal summoned. Well. Doesn't Herald just win? They can attack it. The Shizuku can still attack, so... I just don't want him to get like a free Kagari ad back here. In before linkage? I think linkage is in here, yeah. Alright. Well. Oh! Probably worth imperming that, because if we give them Eagle Booster, we can't imperm later anyways. So why did they make Shizuku first? I have no idea. The ordering here has been questionable. They also apparently don't know what Hayate is or does. They don't have any concept of Sky Striker Ace Hayate, I think. We need a monster with 2 stars right now. It works. It works. We're happy with that. That's fine. that's one of the better. That's one of the best level 2 monsters in the game. We're not complaining about it. It works. Jet. Gamma Burst, unfortunately, isn't game. That's fine. Since we play multiple red carrots, it's quite nice here. It is with gigantic. Oh, it was right. No, you're right. My bad. It's fine either way. We're not losing this. Yeah. No, you guys are right. I'm so used to playing, like, my recent sprite lists in the TCG have always had one gigantic. In my mind, I was like, we don't have gigantic anymore because we used it turn 1. But no, you guys are right. Let's just go carrot. Beep. We will not lose to Slash Draw. I mean, we have red carrot ash against 3 cards. There's always a ray. There's always a ray. Yep. Oh. We activate ray effect. That is a very interesting but you do you. Well then. Surely there was no line of summon ray, go battle phase, attack red, in battle phase, activate effect of ray. Surely not, right? Surely not. Surely. Chat, there was no way they could win. There was no way. Everything was under control. Ooh. If there's no hand trap, oh well, there's one. But if there was no hand trap, we could have gone add max C to hand. Unless they're ashing Swap Frog. Cool. I wish... Sometimes I wish I wasn't in gold. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, no, that's okay. That's fine. The bounce is cost. The bounce is cost. We could still do it. Although I'm not sure our board will have pretty much nothing if we do that. What? Stop! Okay, what is it now? I'm a little bit worried about follow-up, so I think I'm going to take starter number 2. And just... Gigantic? Numeron? Oh, please don't be Numeron. It's Ash. That's okay. Who cares? Bro. Ash Maxi Imperm, by the way. Hello? Was that a real deck? No, it wasn't. Unfortunate. Probably the worst one we've played so far. Yeah, the Exodia deck was definitely better. Uh-oh. No, this hand's not good going second. We might lose if they're playing a real deck. Please, normal summon the left leg this time. Oh my god, it's BA. We can't lose to BA. We cannot lose to BA. I cannot take it. I cannot take it. We cannot lose to the... Oh my god. The fiendish Rhino Warrior. Stop. It's not 2016. What the hell is that? I think we'll be fine. Probably. When a monster card your opponent controls activates its effect, it does nothing. Correct. Yeah. Okay, that's annoying. Parfa? Well, bro, I'm gonna tell you a secret. I was done anyways. My turn was done anyways, but cool. I could call by that, but the thing is, I can't go into anything. Because I'd have to activate Magnamut, but I can't banish anything if I call. Yeah, no, it's a waste of... It's fine. We just... Do we... This is kind of... The caddy is kind of bad into the Machinex. I feel like we keep the caddy. Because if I summon caddy, I can't use it anyways. Even if he just turns into attack mode and attacks it, and then Zeus's me. That's a problem. There's no shot you just attack this Druisworm right now. There's no universe you just attack over this Druisworm. The most annoying part about that, it's actually quite good here. Because the thingy... It's funny that I opened both of my Bestials and 2 Called by the Graves against BA. I find it funny. I don't know if they find it funny, but I find it funny. I think it's funny. You can't ignore my Druisworm forever, sir. At some point, you will have to deal with it. Problem is, these two now trigger in the damage step, which means I can't call by, but they have used Sir already now, so that's cool. If they don't find it funny, they have bad sense of humor. Exactly. It's hilarious, even. Will they make it again? They could make another Darius and then make yeah, they could. But they don't have Sir anymore. This turn at least. So they cannot get to 2 on the field. Like Graf summons 1, but the Rhino can't send another Seer. They can summon another Seer. Do we Magna? I think we just Magna the Skarm. We don't need to take this damage. They can Zeus because they have battled. They could summon another BA, make Dante, Mill, make Zeus, I guess. Or not. Bro, your deck lost to 1 Bestial. 2 Bestials. Hello. I unironically think you should probably play 3 Lubellion in this deck. The Bestials are just so nice in here. Does this even require Gamma Burst? No, this is game. Is this game without Gamma Burst? Not quite. It's easier. It's easier if I just do that. Good thing Farfa isn't here? Yeah. We would have lost a subscriber now if Farfa was here. No one tell him. No one tell him. Okay, you know what I've noticed? Ever since I said if we hit the next sub goal, we're going to watch the MathMech deck profile, people have stopped subscribing. Which I think is very based. I understand that. You guys just don't want me to see the MathMech deck profile. You guys don't want to see it. So I take that back. I take that back. Bro, can I stop drawing multiple beavers? So you don't have to be afraid, chat. You don't have to be afraid to support the channel with a subscription. We are not going to watch the MathMech deck profile. Don't worry. No, I'm going to scream. No, Aguido! God damn it. No! I don't want that. Oh my god, they milled Kelbeck! What did I mill? Nothing. No, and now they milled stuff. Nazgul Deluxe, thank you for the tier 1, and Bubble Ball 94, thank you for the prime. See, there we go. Thank you guys so much. Oh my god. Why does it have to be Tearlament? You're looking for some challenge? No, I'm not actually mad about it. It makes sense. I do want to see how good Tearlament is. It's more like I'm not mad at its Tearlament. I'm more mad that we've just been milled 10 on. You know what I mean? That's more my that describes my feelings right now a little bit better. I'm not happy that we got milled 10 on again in my first game against Tearlament in like a month. Ziuka, thank you for the tier 1. You know what? Actually, no. Let me try and beat it. Why is it Dragostapelia right now? What do you mean by this? What is that? What is that? What did they set? A Shadol? A Shadol? No way. Okay, chat. We have an opportunity right here for something you might want to describe as a little bit of bamboozling. Because if I normal summon Beaver now and activate the effect, they will Dragostapelia it. Because the button will glow and they will click it. And currently my hand cannot play through that. What I could do is I could normal summon Beaver and not activate it. And then they might be so happy about me not activating my card that they will not use Dragostapelia. And then if they activate Dragostapelia, it doesn't make a difference whether I activate it or not. That's why they call me the bamboozler. Oh no, we can't let the no. Oh no, the halfness is gonna resolve. God, no. Because if I activate red, they will Dragostapelia that. Okay, well. But that means no card in hand for crime. Okay, I don't know what that is, but all right, they will mill 6. Merly Shadol Beast. Oh my god, now they have a... Oh, come on, dude. Now they have... They'll draw a monster for crime. Bruh. Okay, stop! How are you milling this consistently? All that shit's limited. I'm losing to the Shadol Beast. I can already see it. I already know. I'm gonna be losing to Shadol Beast because it turns on crime. I can Zeus them. But I didn't put in... If I had Sky Cavalry, it'd be a lot better. Because what I would have to do in order to Zeus them is I would have to go Onibi Maru, banish Winda, attack Havnus, and then Zeus main phase 2 blows up everything. They get to mill 5 with Kick Kalos. I have to do that. They use 2 names, it's fine, I guess. It also depends what's here. If we had put in Sky Cavalry, this would have been a lot better because they wouldn't get back Winda. Now they will get back the Winda next end phase. I don't know if they have another target for Scream. Probably not. They're probably on 1 Crime, 1 Meta Noise, 1 Sulliak. The only card in their hand is Sulliak. The biggest problem is if the Kid Kalos mills Rhinoheart. If the Kid Kalos mills Rhinoheart, it's literally a war crime. Because they will... You know what I mean? Like, if that mills Rhinoheart, I am crying hard. One of them is already in the graveyard. I guess we can make Downer. I don't like why this music is... I don't like the fact that this music is running right now. It doesn't feel like it gives me good odds for this upcoming mill situation here. It doesn't give me good vibes for what's about to happen. It was Beast King of the Swamp. Oh my god. Please don't mill Rhinoheart. Or what's the other one? Sharon. Just miss once. Oh, you have another target? Oh my god. You play multiple meta noises. I guess that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. One more. No Rhinoheart so far. For the love of God. Okay. Oh. Jojo check, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. And the kind words as well. Thank you so much. Jet. Okay, Jet into Gamma Burst. Into normal summon Beaver, summon another Beaver. 7,200. It's not enough. Oh, it's not enough. Okay, well, it's just blue. They have another turn. What about Special Jet normal blue, normal Beaver? 24, 28. No, it's 200 off. It's 200 off. Also, Meta Sally X set. Yeah, you read those cards really carefully and tell me what's wrong with that statement. Do me a favor and read those cards just once. Smashers. We can Smashers the window and then play. No. That's what we have to do now. Yeah, Tearlament's Winda is my favorite Tearlaments. Let me make sure. A normal summon, I can't use the effect. 24, 28, 58, 42, 10,000 minus 22. No, it's only 7,800. So it has to be this. The thing is, Smashering Winda doesn't even seem that great if I can't kill this turn. But I probably can. Oh yeah, I can. Yeah, no, never mind. It's like a billion. They have another shuffler? I think they don't. They just used the only one. Yeah, okay. Woo. It was a real game, but only because they were not a real human. That was some NPC behavior. I liked our bamboozle move with the normal summon Beaver no effect. That was fun. Are we getting max seed? Because I think you could genuinely consider going normal summon red here if you really want to be safe from maxi. It's 42 cards. Because normal summon, red, special blue, jacket, we still have solid combo, but it's gold. You spend all this time thinking in this universe, and then it just doesn't matter, you know? You can normal Beaver, no effect? You could do that actually. That might be a okay middle way. Yeah, no, I don't hate that. I don't hate that suggestion. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. What was that? Was that just dragon something? I'm surprised they didn't open Max C, because 42 cards with 2 Max C usually is exactly the type of person to open Max C. That's very... Master Duel kind of bugged right now. Master Duel kind of bugging today. We'll do one more. We'll do one more. It's not quite 5 yet. I know last time I said just one more game, it took like 30 minutes or something, but I'm confident that in gold, it's not as dangerous to say one more game. Surely nothing can go wrong. I like this hand. Black Wings. Oh my god. I have a Bestial. I think Bestials are pretty good against Black Wings. But if the Bestial is not enough, they play for like 15 minutes, unironically. Oh man, no. Small world off of prosperity. Oh my god. What do they want? Shamoon? Probably Simoon. Maybe Sudri. Sudri. I don't remember where I'm supposed to Bestial this deck. Hard Drew Black Whirlwind. Oh my god. Edison angle. Come on. We haven't lost a single game, and now I say one more game we lose? There's no shot. What does Shamal do? No. Yeah, okay. Am I supposed to banish that? Wait, where's the Zephyros coming from? Oh, Zephyros. You control. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I didn't know it did that. Oh, they just get a tuner from that? Why didn't you tell me that? Oh my god. I didn't know that. I did not know that. I didn't know it had a secret effect. That's unfortunate. Read, bro? Brother, it's Black Wings. No one reads Black Wings. You play against Black Wings and you're supposed to just win without reading them. That's how it works. You don't read Black Wings. Oh my god, it's not once per turn. Why did I say one more? Why did I say one more, dude? Why am I on 6,900 life points, by the way? When did that happen? Last time I played against Blackwing in Master Duel, they did all their shit and then they still lost to Zeus. So I'm hoping maybe we can do that. I don't know if we can. I don't know what they do. How is it always the last game? I have no idea why this happens. Oh, hot red. Assault Dragon is the Masquerena. Uh-oh. So if I crash, the problem is I don't have an XYZ that can battle because I don't have Centaurea. So how can I Zeus? Activated effects and effects of monster. I could called by one. I probably have to do that. This has a graveyard effect. That's a problem. Yeah. Why is everything 3,200? I can't even make like I can't even make a freaking big gigantic to attack over anything. Avramax? Avramax and then what? Can they out Avramax? Yeah, they can. Because if I activate its effect, I have to pay 2100. Would gigantic into crash been better? I mean, we lose to that though. Like, what do we do after? It's frustrating. I can make a big gigantic, but it's not strong enough. Make a big gigantic requires 3 monsters. It's not gonna work. Big gigantic plus gamma burst. And how do I search gamma burst? How do I search gamma burst now, huh? Wait, I need to search. God damn it, dude. One more? No. No. We're never doing that again. No, chat. No. I appreciate you for wanting the stream to keep going, but we need to call it a day. The list is always in the Discord, as always, chat. The list is in the Discord, as always. I shall pick a channel to raid, and then we will see each other tomorrow. We will see each other tomorrow, chat. Don't worry. You can't end on a lose. Dude, we've won every single game up until this point. No shot. Alright, where are we going? Where are we dropping? Alright. I'll send you guys over to Nifroth. You promised the MathMech deck list? I promised the MathMech deck list if we hit the sub goal, and we didn't hit the sub goal. So I did not promise anything. Chat, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for all the support. I will see all of you hopefully back tomorrow, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye, everyone.